together before we explain this. Hey, Peachel. The rare Peachel sighting. We play D&D together at patreon.com/save or die. All right, here we go. Oh, listen, Varna. Listen, Varna. All right, just give me a moment here to get the YouTube stream up and running. Oh, here we go. Civ 56. That's not. I won't wait that long. The red exclamation mark means that there is there's colors that they're very similar, and the game is like, oh, these are very similar. I don't know if you should do that. Right. Okay, just need to check in on a couple things, and then we can get started. Oh no, that's not the button I meant to press. I need to go to analytics. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Hello, hello, hello. There we go. Double checking everything. No, it's not made for kids. Poggers, right. Paddy's Day potato stream. There's always a Paddy's Day potato stream every year. It's the Anglo Dome. So basically, here's the concept of the stream we're doing today. Shout out to the fella in chat over on Twitch who gave me this idea. Almigo, you're a legend. So basically, we're going to be playing the most Irish civ in the game, which is the Gauls. He's got red hair, and he's Celtic. It's good enough for me. Against every British civ in the game. And for the sake of having a larger, diverse cast, we're counting the Americans as British. And our goal will be to win a domination victory. We've got ourselves deity map mode, or deity difficulty. Fractal map, huge size, so 12 players. Now, I haven't put them all on the same team because I think it's a bit more fun if it's chaotic. But we've got abundant resources. Map, I probably should actually have a legendary start position. New world age, so there's more hills, it's just more fun. Wet rainfall, perfect. We're going to be playing with Apocalypse, Barbarian Clans, Secret Societies, and Tech and Civic Shuffle mode. So we're going to go ahead, jump in, start killing some nerds. All right, let's go. Oh, there is Australia. Australia's in here. Taking out the Brits. Let's go. Is there an option I'm missing? Before I click start, is there something I'm missing? Why not India? They didn't have British India. And let's be real. America is just the descendants of the craziest British. I mean, listen, look at what you guys are doing. Need I say more? Will you post the VOD later? The VOD is automatically up. This you're watching the VOD. This is it. It'll be here. This is YouTube, baby. The live stream and the VOD are one and the same.
Where the size of your armies fail,
where the size of your cock fail,
to reclaim your land. Your
Pre-VOD. You're pre-VODing right now.
And your strong spear arm will shatter the resistance.
Doing the British dirty right now.
Fight.
They deserve it. What brand of VOD? A VOD. Why no, Scots? The Scots are British. Listen, the Scots have done an amazing PR job on the world stage to convince them that they, suffer beneath the yoke of the British, but they were willing participants. Listen. Unless you're of a Highlander descent, no. You're very thin land to stand on there. Do you recommend Civ 7? So it opens up a can of words to ask me to recommend a game. Yes and no. If the game sounds interesting, give it a go. If you don't like the ideas behind it, don't. I don't love making purchasing decisions for people. Okay, so because we have our unique unit straight away, we get +4 era score, which is beautiful. It would be nice to get a golden age. Now, we're playing the Gauls, right? So, we're the king of the Eberons. Or Eberones, I don't know how to pronounce that. So we gain culture equal to 20% of the cost of a unit when a non-civilian unit is trained. So that's any military unit, infantry, cavalry, heavy cavalry, ranged units, siege units will get extra culture. So we could basically convert our production into culture while producing a military. All of our melee, anti-cavalry, and ranged units receive +2 combat strength for every adjacent unit. And the ranged unit one there is really, really key because you can do a lot of really interesting things with like a crossbow push. Are you going for a world domination victory? Absolutely. That's the whole point of Ireland's Revenge, baby. Deodit potato, deodit nettle. So we get a significant bonus to using infantry armies. Now we also get Hallstatt culture. This gives us culture bombs on mines for adjacent unknown territory. We get +1 production on mines. Our specialty districts do not get adjacency for being adjacent to other districts, and we cannot build districts adjacent to our city centre. We also get the Gazete, which is our unique warrior. It replaces the warrior. They have +10 combat strength when fighting units with a higher base combat strength, so they have a sort of bit of leeway in that you can use them for a lot longer than normal. You basically can use them up until you get man-at-arms. And they're pretty good at invading cities, right? +5 combat strength. Really good early game unit. Now, the Oppidum is also a fantastic district. So it's cheaper and available earlier, and that's key, than the industrial zone. It's defensible with a ranged attack if you have walls in the city. And when it's first built, you get apprenticeship technology for free. And it also gets +2 production from quarries and adjacent strategic resources. So the sort of placement rules for the Gauls are very different. So like if we take this, for example, it's been a while since I've used the map tax mod. So I'm trying to remember where the quarry is. There it is, right? So we've got a quarry right there. Now the oppidum, if we take a look at it, it benefits from government plaza, quarries, strategic resources, and ley lines. So quarries and strategic resources are key for us. And so that means basically, oh, right, we have the random tech tree. That changes things. So we are going to want to look out for strategic resources. Now, I think I step onto this hill to reveal. I think we go for animal husbandry first because we want to know where those horses are for when we place our oppidum. Now, do we settle in place? If we settle in place, we have a 2 food, 1 production tile to work. It would be on fresh water. We could move to the maze and get +2 gold, but not really moving away from anything while working a 2 food, 1 production tile. And having access to a 2-2 tile here and here, pretty nearby. We would have plenty of mines. We would like grassland mines if we could get them. It would be nice to move further away from the tundra so we have less of it. So I think moving down a tile isn't bad. If the diamonds were here, I would actually consider settling on them. But I think I'm going to move down this way. I'm going to settle on this because that's going to be +2 gold per turn. I'm going to make sure we work this tile. I'm going to set it on food and production focus so that when it grows, it'll work those high priority tiles. The first thing we're going to recruit is obviously a scout. Information is king in this game. La fila Podrig. Hey, Weimer. Are the enemies on a team? Nah, they're not on a team. We didn't set up a multiplayer lobby. I'm going to head west. Because I'll send my scout to the south. Okay, we've got a volcano over here. My favorite beers are IPAs. What are yours? IRAs. No, I was kidding. Just a joke. We don't want to get scouted by Barb, so we'll attack this scout to try and A, get experience on this guy and to drive him further away from our territory. And now we want to go here because he'll forget we're over this hill and hopefully he'll come back to the left. We know he came from the southwest, so we're going to try and chase him down. Clipped. Listen. It was just a joke. I was just kidding. So he should step right and forget we exist. We heal for a turn. He comes back. Now, we've got a 2 pop city here, so we're working a 2-2 tile and a 2-1 tile. I think we buy the second 2-2 tile because that will get us a little bit of extra goal production. That shaved a turn off the settler. Do we want to go straight settler? We do have a jade settle, which isn't terrible. So I do like the idea of a settler here. It's a very fast settler, but getting to 3 cities early is quite powerful. Just trying to get this guy killed. He should step there.
I am fond of pig.
Nice tribal village. Now he might come back. Let's have a look. Okay, we discovered horses. We found horses here, which means there is a very, very, very good oppidum right there. It's +4. +2 from the quarry, +2 from the stone. There's another really good oppidum right here, which could be taken in the jade, because if that right there becomes a quarry, and if this becomes a quarry, although this stone might get deleted by the volcano, because the volcanoes will never go dormant in this game mode. So that's something we have to consider. I'm in Taiwan, sitting in a convenience store with a Heineken in your honor. Thank you, good sir. I appreciate you. So we definitely want to unlock mining. I think it's one of our key technologies because we want to build 3 mines to reveal... No, we want to improve a mining resource to find... No, we want to kill 3 barbarians to figure out where bronze working is.
It is not wisdom.
All right, coder laws. I think we plug in discipline, and it would be nice to get a Pantheon, so I'm going to plug in God King here. We'll grab this. There's early Empire boosted. Not an amazing pickup, but it's fine. Getting early Empire nice and early would actually lead us to get our settlers out a couple of turns sooner, which would be great. We have found Owl Teddy. We don't like the Brits, so we're just going to denounce him on turn 1. Now let's grab this tribal village. Oh, Void Singer. So we could go for a Void Singer game here. I think I'd be more likely to take Magnus here because I can use an early builder to chop out a couple of builders and really crank production and stuff. So we'll get Magnus established in the capital. Keep on scouting. I'm going to start looping my Gazete back. There's Baltimore. Guess what's in Baltimore? That's right. It's where they make Civ.
When you find yourself in a hole.
Right, so there's a mine, there's a quarry. We can harvest copper. Okay, we did find this. I could hire a warrior. I can't remember if it'll become a unique unit. So there's the wheel. Let's grab pottery. I definitely want to kill this as soon as possible. A mega colossal eruption over here. That's going to be great for fertilization. If I attack and get attacked twice, he should be close to a level. Right, we're scouting his borders. Oh, please get the kill. Yes, excellent. And then if you get attacked, you'll level up, and then that'll be perfect. All right, let's go. Let's go settle on the Jade. I'm going to quickly grab myself a builder because this Civ really likes early builders. They attack me. I get the promotion. I'm going to take Tortoise. Because it's a very powerful promotion. Basically means this guy can't do damage to me anymore. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Unfortunately, it's not within 6 tiles of my capital, so we won't get the full era score boost, but that's fine. Take the kill, and hopefully we'll be able to clear it. Hopefully a barb won't spawn this turn. It's a bit risky to do this. So we're going to destroy it. Military tradition, astrology, excellent. No vampire counts. I found this city. +1 era score. We'll delete the map tack. And so I do think that on this civ in particular, monuments are good, but builders are actually better early. It's one of the few civs that you want to go builders early because you can turn your builders into culture, which most other civs can't. Alright, perfect. There's bronze working. We killed our third guy. You heal up there. Oh my. So we want to reveal iron, so this is perfect. We got it boosted. Any upcoming collabs with PotatoMcWhiskey? Unfortunately, I was just speaking to him the other day and he had a terrible accident with a ladder. Okay, bronze working. We want to reveal iron. Now, I think improving the horses will get us a boost, so we know where horseback riding is. It's all the way over there. Perfect. Then we're going to chop out another settler, so we can get to 3 cities. 3 cities being the nice early standard that you can go for. Now, we could either settle on the horses or next to the horses. I think we settle next to the horses. We get to our 3 cities.
Look back over the past.
Now, early empire, we haven't quite got our Pantheon yet. But the fact that we can chop out settlers is just so powerful right now. We'll try to research something quick, like military tradition, giving us flanking and support combat bonuses would be really useful. Settle 1 field to the west for a better optimum place. That is true. If I were to settle 1 field to the west, this would get me a +6 optimum, which isn't bad. It feels a little bit more vulnerable and claims like a lot of tiles over here to the left that I was hoping to keep for a city. But I suppose I could still settle there later. So I think, yeah, it's not a bad move. Technically, the vampires are the best, but the Void Singers aren't terrible. Now, it would be kind of interesting if we went with the settlers don't consume a population, because it would give us a lot of settler tempo in the capital. We could even go like multiple rounds of settlers in here. Go for a very, very, very early settlement build. I could get a warrior from Muse. Buying a warrior very cheaply. Protect my empire. Let's chop here. I'm going to switch production to a builder so we can get a settler chop next turn. Because then the overflow can go into the builder. Because right now we get 50% more chop efficiency when building settlers. So if we do this, production will overflow. And it's ever so slightly more efficient. Let's take one step with you and then take the hill terrain promotion because you're in a desert. Mega Colossal Eruption has gone on, and unfortunately it deleted the stone like I had kind of predicted. So now I don't know if it's necessarily worth it to settle here. We'll move this way and we'll see if bronze working reveals any iron. Yeah. We could keep going settlers if we wanted to. The earlier you get your settlers out, the better. If we wanted to go mass settlement build, that's actually a very viable choice. Keep heading this way. Now, we can't get into the water to improve that luxury. I'd love to improve the diamond. It would get me a luxury, which would help me deal with some of the amenity issues I'm going to be running into. So we'll go get the diamonds. And then we'll look to do a couple of chops. There's bronze working. Any iron revealed? Okay, we revealed an iron down here. Revealed an iron over here. He's getting the oracle. Nothing really changing our build. Well, here we go, actually. There we go. A nice little industrial zone cluster. I don't remember what tech. I think we go for riding because we have it boosted and it reveals 2 technologies. And then I think this brings us back to this tile here as our settlement location. And the reason I like this tile is because it's well defended from the south. There's only a 2 wide choke, so it's very easy to clog with units when the British eventually do come for us. Gross, another Brit. Blech. Get out of here. We'll not be trading with the AI this game. Is it luck or skill? Asoelectric to go. Oh, Jesus, what a name. Some good volcano yields. Build that mine. That's the wheel boosted. And we get a luxury. It's going to help keep us growing. Keep your hands in your pockets. Keep your pockets in your hands. And we have a really nice tile in terms of culture. Although it does slow down the growth of the city. That's not a big deal. We will get more growth when we get around to building the granary and stuff. Fried or roasted potatoes. Both are excellent. I don't know why I have to choose. Right, we're going to settle here. And again, this is one of the few civs where spamming builders early is actually better than monuments, or at least on par. Now, you don't want to go too crazy on the builders, but you can get away with a lot.
Bravery.
We'll chop that tile to get that settler out. Where's the next one going? I think there's a bit of fresh water here. Let me see. Sorry, not a city center, but there could be an oppidum there. It's a +5. It's not terrible. Fantastic. See, I think I settled here. I think that's the play. Now, Let's grab foreign trade to see what it leads to. Classic Civilization 6 experience being spawned between tundra and desert. I really want to improve these with mines, but I'm worried that they'll get pillaged, so I might not improve them all. So now I feel like it's reasonable to go for the monument. The question is, if we're going for the monument, or do I want to go for the granary for the growth? I think we go for the monument. The Civ has a really, really strong culture, and I think we need to play into that strong culture game. We'll chop out another settler. You head over there. We could go for yet another settler if we wanted. What's the beer of choice this evening? Redbreast. Redbreast and Coke. We could go for... We could keep settling. It's not the most optimal way to play. Oh, the Redbreast was a gift. I think RT Game gave me the Redbreast. I don't remember. What a legend. RT Game. Absolute lad. Yes, all the Irish YouTubers know each other. It's a small country. I think I want to explore a little bit. What's the rundown? Every single computer in the game is a British Civ. But if you hit your settlement cap, oh, there isn't one. I saw what you did there. I'm going to grab myself another scout real quick. Nah, another settler. Just go maximum greed. Right, drop a little mine right there. Beautiful, +1 era score. We've discovered the Elves of Minerva. Now, that's another really interesting choice, the Elves of Minerva. You get +1 economic policy slot. And trade routes to city-states. And honestly, trade routes to city-states giving us envoys could be a really good way for us to have a strong economy if we're not going to be trading internally. Now, here's the thing. We're probably going to be doing internal trade. Oh, I can't show fascism. Because we're probably going to go fascism. Or would it be funnier to beat them if we were diplomatic? Or democracy, rather. And then trade with city-states instead of conquering them. Elves are so much better when you're coastal, though. I'm not going to be really playing around the coast. Is there some kind of challenge on this game? Kill the Brits. That's the challenge. Give me 2 minutes. I'm going to go refresh my my drink. Alright, listen. I may have made a slight error in my mixological calculations. And I half filled a pint glass with Redbreast. So I'm going to be sipping on that very, very slowly because I don't want to get trashed. I want to be a responsible drunk. Jesus. That's strong. Right, we're going to chop this tile to get out this settler faster. 4 turns off it. Perfect. Look at this guy building preserves. Preserve D's. Let me have a look at the capital. Yeah, I think I'll go improve this quarry for the capital. But can I get trashed? Listen, if you're a viewer, you don't have any responsibilities. So, technically, you could do whatever you want. I'm not going to tell you to get trashed, but that's a decision you can make. Oh, thank you, Janice Drake. Only beer, no Irish whiskey. It's what I had and what was open, okay? I usually drink Jameson. All right. We'll settle right here in Lisieux. Now, let's grab the wheel so that we can reveal some technologies. In Lisieux, we don't have particularly good tiles in Lisieux, so we will just go monument first so we can expand the borders of the city. Is this a randomized tech tree? Yes, sir. It's a lot of fun. All right, there must be a barb camp up here somewhere. That's the Pyrenees. Pyrenees nuts. People aren't clicking on the like button. That's outrageous. I can't believe I'm going to be sitting here for the next like 6 to 8 hours. You guys aren't hitting that like button. That's unbelievable.
That's the positive aspect of trade, I suppose. The world gets stirred.
Okay, so there's foreign trade. Plus 2 gold from trade routes. We do want to get an early trader. We also want to get to political philosophy. Let's go for mysticism because there's an envoy there. Jesus, where is this barb camp? Thank you, Wands. Appreciate you becoming a member. Unfortunately, I'm contractually bound to denounce the AI at every possible opportunity. To honor James Connolly and the imperialist AI. Must be told, you know, where they belong. You hit the like in the ancient era? Very nice. Alright, ancient era ends. Now we've got another settler. Where do we want to put it? We could go for a coastal, but the coastals aren't very good on this civ. We could get amber, but we can't trade, so what's the point of having an extra amber? Because the AI is going to hate us the whole game. Although technically, would you buy out of curiosity? Would you still buy? Oh, you won't buy. What about you? Yeah, they won't, because I'm denouncing them, because, you know, the hatred for the English boils in my veins. I'm trying to think about how we should settle this land. If I was going to settle anywhere, it would be on this. There's elephants up here in the tundra. Wild. Thank you, Bergdish. How do the Americans? The Americans are just like, come on. They're like British 2.0. Let's be real. Oh my God, the British Empire fell and became the American. Come on. You know, we all know what's happening. Come on. I do like the volcano settle right here. Captures a lot of these nice tiles. Is also closing this gap to a 3 wide tile. I like the idea of the monument again, so we can pump culture. Happy birthday, Angfast. Let's improve this farming tile so that we have a nice strong growth in this city, because we need our capital to be nice and strong. This is the random tech mode that the developers built. Will you play more EU5? I really want to play more EU5, but the problem with EU5 is that it's just so scuffed. And the developers don't seem to really know how to make the game play well. I'm going to pick up irrigation here so that I can reveal this tech. I think it would be good to get a trader in Duro Corturun. Harbor for a trade route isn't terrible here. Why Civ 6 and not Civ 7? Civ 7. I like Civ 6 more. Right, there's sailing advance. It's not a very good harbor civ. Where is this barb camp? I don't believe it that it's like tucked away. Civ 7. There it is. Now, if I buy a galley, it'll go into Adwatica, which means it would be in this lake, so there's no point in buying it. Next turn, I can change my policies. Oh, can you sleep through? Yeah. I think Civ 6 just looks and plays better than Civ 7. Do you think Civ 7 will ever be as good as Civ 6 to you? No. And it's mainly down to the graphics and the gameplay. The combo of the graphics and the gameplay just don't vibe for me. So yeah, we have to go state workforce into craftsmanship. So that's what we'll do. We do want to think about our Governor Plaza. Let's do a switch here. We want to go back to God King. We want to get our Pantheon. Oh, wait, no, we have faith coming from Adwatica. Why? Because of Nazca. Right, well, we didn't need to do that. That was a mistake. It's fine. It's 5 turns times 4. It's about 20 production we lost. It is a big loss, but it's not the end of the world. The UI and gameplay of Civ 6 is just better to me. So go clear that barb camp. It'll be worth a bit of era score. We might wait until the next age to get it. We got the monument in Adwatica. Now, couple of commercial hubs there. Unfortunately, you won't be able to build a commercial hub on that river. Right, you got your monument in Adwatica. I would like to get a... I mean, encampments would be good early. So if I remember correctly, because we're playing Ambiorix, I don't think the Oppitum gets adjacency from aqueducts. Yeah, no, it only gets quarries, strategic resources, government plazas, ley lines, and because we're playing the Gauls, it gets mines. Specialty districts gain minor adjacency for all districts. And Bjork's is hot. Average Irish GEA player .jpg. Now, if I went for the granary, this would give the city a lot of growth. I don't have a city with a tremendous amount of chops. I mean, if I take a look at Duro Kurturon, we've got 1, 2, 3 chops within its inner circle, so we could chop some stuff out there. Most of the value of granary comes from the housing portion, but the +1 food when we're in a very low food area would be quite good. We could do with another builder to improve this tile. So I think the builder's the right choice here. The trader is done here. And I think we go for an internal trade route. And need to think about where I want to put my government plaza. Happy St. Patrick's Day to you as well. What if we did this? Starts to be a little bit reasonable in my eyes. That way we have a good spot for the government plaza. We get some benefit. Yeah, one of the Gaul's placement restrictions is that... yeah, districts cannot be built adjacent to the city center. So you kind of have to do the district placement puzzle slightly differently. Let's have a look. What tiles are we working in here? Hide the pins. So we're working 1, 2, 3. We could reassign Magnus to Duro Core Turon, get ourselves a builder, and look into chopping a few of these tiles. Yeah, we'll build a builder there. Disperse. +3 era score. I wanted to wait on that, but now we have the Sanguine Pact. So we have the option to get a vampire, which is huge because they can get very, very strong if you farm them right. Hi, Kieran. Now, I think when you're playing the Gauls, you either want Stone Circles or God of Craftsman. I think either of these is really good. They're pretty interchangeable in my mind. I do like God of Craftsman because it has production and faith on it, and that little trickle of faith is really useful. Religious idols can be fine. But I'm a really big fan of God of Craftsman on Gauls because it just makes those really high quality strategic resource tiles look even better. 2 food, 4 production, 1 faith is huge and insane. So this guy may die. So if I retreat to the south, he'll be in single defensive terrain. If I retreat to the north, he'll be in double defensive terrain. Double defensive terrain means hill and woods. So double defensive terrain, he has the best chance of surviving. He does have a ranged attack promotion, so good chance of him surviving. I am going to go for monumentality here. Although Free Inquiry is really good, I am going to be building a lot of districts this era. Okay, there's ironworking. We want to build the iron mine. Pretty much want to rush this iron mine out now. So let me swap this tile. 1, 2, 3... 1, 2, 3. Okay, this is the cheapest way we can get the iron mine, unfortunately. You could have promoted him. That's true. I could have promoted him. I didn't realize. I thought he was a couple of points away from full XP. Void Singers is crazy for faith generation. Like, you can do a lot of faith purchasing. The fact that you can convert fate into stuff. It's not really the right build for the Civ, I don't think. I do think the Civ fits really well as a Void Singer or as a whatever the other one is, and I can't remember what it's called. Right, we'll settle right here. +1 era score. You really think the odds of surviving here are good? Oh yeah, this brother. Oh, ye of little faith. We're going to go monument first in here because our builders are starting to get expensive. We don't want to overbuild them and make them too expensive. We've already got 3 in the bank, or 3 like in production, which is a lot. I'm going to grab Pingala now. I'm going to put that in an Adwatica so that we can start scaling our science and culture. Thank you so much, Kieran. I really appreciate you. Thank you for the Shamrock. I don't have a proper notification for donos, so my bad. Now that he has Tortoise, in my opinion, then you go Battle Cry. So we'll just take that for the heal. But he did survive. I do want to point that out. Okay, perfect. So here's the builder. We'll get him over to that iron. Then we want to build the government plaza because we want to get our advanced government and all that sort of stuff. I think our empire is coming along nicely. 5 cities by turn 56 is quite a good tempo. It would be nice to get a scout over here to the left. We need to get to feudalism, so we should start thinking about, is there 6 farms somewhere that we can build? If I remember correctly, feudalism is boosted by building 6 farms. Yeah, so we have 1 farm. Is Nazca going to fall? Even if Nazca does fall, it's an opportunity for us to liberate them later. So we pretty much want to get to political philosophy as soon as possible because getting your tier 1 government is like incredibly powerful. So we're going to rush political philosophy. You can take some time to heal up. And excellent. Okay, so we've got a builder going. Ooh, I forgot to change my government. Urban planning is the play here. Let's make sure we improve some tiles. I'll just improve the volcano tiles, actually. In the meantime, I'm going to start boosting my sim. I'll grab myself a granary. The city is growth locked, so a granary makes sense. Let's improve the iron right here. Perfect. There's ironworking boosted. Knowledge of apprenticeship boosted. We'll be able to get our oppidums very soon. I think you should go improve this tile as well, so this city can culture bomb there, so we don't have to spend gold on expanding our borders. Still can't get a sub 200 science victory. It is very possible. Let's get this horse improved because that's one of our strategic resource tiles, which gives us a huge amount of value early. Government Plaza is completed. Pingala is in the capital, which means I want to grow pretty hard in here, so I'm going to grab a granary to try and buff up the food. Those barb quads always get you. If you're not on the coast, they can't get you. Think about it. Let's go ahead and get the monument, although technically this city will be growth locked soon, so maybe the granary would be better first, plus it'll get culture from mines, so I think the granary first will give us better sim. In Pingala, we're going to go ahead and take the connoisseur promotion for the extra culture, because the extra culture will get us to civics that give us governor titles, which will get us to the science faster. Perfect. +1 era score. There's ironworking. We have the oppidum now. Is he streaming on Twitch? Yes. I'm streaming on Twitch and YouTube because I am multi-platform drifting, baby. Ooh, I can feel the red breast kicking in. Currency is 100% one of the techs that we want here. In order to sustain a really strong military economy, you kind of need commercial hubs. It's one of the ways that you really build up your sim. Now, I think we go straight Oppitum here because they're half price and they are just worth so much production. The sooner we get them online, the better. It might even be worth it here to skip the granary and just go straight Oppitum in the capital. We've got a +6 Oppitum right there. You're going to this tile, you're going there. I need to switch around a couple of tiles. I'll queue the Oppitum up on that tile. It's only +2 right now, but it will eventually be a +5. Excellent. I haven't really thought about where I want the Oppitum to go here. It's not important. It's still building the monument. We can kind of think about that later. Look at that beautiful mining tile. Focus on food and production, please. Ooh. What can we buy off you? A swordsman. Don't let RT know. Shh, don't tell him. You could scout with your warrior. That warrior exists to increase my military score, to make me look scarier to the AI. Now, go get that. Go head up this way. Build a mine right there. Put a mine right there. You want to get your Oppitum pretty much immediately as well. This is going to be a huge sim boost. Crom laughs at your tanks. Hi, Annie. A live potato. It is amazing. I think we just go straight for clearing this. You go improve this quarry. I wish the AI was a little bit more smart. I think the AI does a decent job of being an interesting thing to overcome while not necessarily being actually good at the game. My scout died. Oh wow. +1 error score from getting discovery of theology. There's masonry. We can harvest stone. Oh, that's not something we want to do on this civ. And we have theology, although we are not going for any sort of religious build here. We have 2 envoys. I don't think suzerainty of any of these city-states really matters to us right now, so we're just going to hold off. Let's attack you. We are going to put a quarry here because that will boost 2 industrial zones. 2 Oppidums. Then I'm going to head you over this way because we want to get these tiles improved. Let me see. What tiles are you working? So horse, this, and this is perfectly acceptable to me. I'm going to steal this iron tile. Food and production is our focus. Got to make sure that all of my cities are on food and production focus, because sometimes they pick weird tiles that have like culture on them and stuff. Like I don't like right here. I want the city to grow more than I want it to work this diamonds, because growth is very, very powerful. Okay, +4 error score in the Oppidum. Excellent. Now, if we really want great engineers, there are some really interesting great engineers. In particular, Leonardo da Vinci. If you can get the Mausoleum of Halicarnassus plus Leonardo da Vinci, every single workshop in your empire is worth 6 culture, which is insane. Which means you basically, as the you're already playing Gaul, you have insane culture. You don't need culture. You don't need any theater squares ever. Plus, these give you production. So there is a world where we go for workshops here. So we need to get this city to 4 population so I can build the harbor for the mausoleum. And then we need to find the harbor. Let me go ahead and research sailing in case harbor is like early on in this tech tree. So let's start getting our workshops up. Workshop. Clear that barb camp for experience. We will chop that tile. That'll shave 2 turns off the workshop. It's not a huge amount, but it is a nice bit. Sip with every booster tech or civic. I've just been sipping randomly, dude. I don't need a drinking game to have a good time. Okay, she's mad at me because I don't have that much population. So my response to her will be to tell her that she stinks. Denounced. Okay, we got an oppitum in here. It takes 10 turns for the workshop. I think we really want the granary in here, then the monument, and then the workshop. So we'll kind of do it in that order. Get our sim up to a ridiculous degree. Tell her to get off your lawn. Oh, she's been told. All right, build a mine right there. We are playing deity, right? Yeah, we are. Okay. So beautiful. Working all really high quality production tiles. Our sim is insane already. Looking fantastic. England being angry about Ireland's population being too small. That's a first. True. Okay, there's sailing. Mausoleum. Okay, we'll build mausoleum in Lisieux. Let's research astrology in case Harbour Tech is here. We will take researcher on Pingala. +1 science in the capital city is really powerful. It's really going to add up. We're now making 10 science per turn in there. It's going to help us catch up to the AI in terms of stats.
I'm a Sagittarius.
Okay, there's a shrine, Stonehenge, and holy site. We don't necessarily want those. More so, we were researching to look for shipbuilding. Wants me to own 2 galleys. I'm going to research archery in case the Harbour Tech is here. We have our workshop. We want to know where feudalism is, so do we build a couple of builders and start building farms? Let's see. So we have 1 farm here. Like 1, 2, that'd be 3 farms. We'll get another builder. Rename cities to Irish ones? Sure. So it'll be Dublin, Cork, Limerick, Galway, Mullingar, lovely. So we want population in the city, so I'm going to go for the granary. We also want production, which means, yeah, I'm going to go for the granary because we're about to get pop locked by housing. We've already named all the Irish cities. Belfast. We'll put Belfast up the north. We're not done settling, we're just building infrastructure real quick. So political philosophy, I think the natural pick here is Classical Republic, although there is a really powerful oligarchy build as the Gauls. I think Classical Republic is just the most powerful. We're going to go for double envoys. We are going to go for builder production and settler production. So now we can start mass expanding again. Let's have a look here. So there's political philosophy. It would be good to get military training for the envoy. I'm going to send 1 envoy to Auckland because remember, we do actually have our workshop. So very, very strong to have Auckland. Now, monument completed in Mullingar. Pop blocked? Yes, pop blocked. So where do we want your good district to go? If we put it here, it would at least get a +2, which isn't terrible. There's a good commercial hub here with a couple of mines adjacent. Been spending all our lives living in a terrorist paradise. What's that, the new US national anthem? Oh, we got it! Oh!
I shot an arrow into the air. It fell to earth.
Temple of Artemis, there's the archer. Right. Now. Are the Gauls Irish? I thought they were Proto-Germans, I could be wrong. The Gauls were more like Proto-Celts, if I remember correctly. They were like French. Iron Age Celtic tribes in Western Europe, France, Belgium, Switzerland, Northern Italy. Yeah. Iron Age Celts. Got him. We would love the diplomatic quarter as well. One of the big advantages of the diplomatic quarter is adds +1 food and +1 production to your domestic trade routes, which is very strong. So I think we will go for mathematics, even though it's not what we're fishing for in the tech tree. Dan Carling has a really good history podcast called The Celtic Holocaust. It's about the Roman invasion of the Gauls, and very, very good. Very, very good. 1K people on YouTube. Bing, 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 bing. If everyone donated €1 to me right now, I would have €1,000. Now, wouldn't that be based? Based? I love money. You don't have to. You can just watch. That's what I said to your dad. Please explain about the government plaza and the diplomatic quarter. Okay, so basically, if you're running internal trade routes... Oh shit, we need to get the city up to 7 population to build a diplo quarter. So we need that granary. Basically, when you build a district in Civilization 6, depending on the type of district that it is, it will give you an international trade route yield, which is basically if somebody from a different country trades with you, they will get this bonus. So if they trade with a city that has a campus, they get +1 science. If I trade with my own city that has a campus, I get +1 food. The unique thing about the government plaza and the government and the diplomatic plaza is they have domestic destination +1 food and +1 production. When you consider that a trade route naturally has +1 production and +1 food, one of the ways to optimize internal trade is to send all your traders to the capital, or indeed a different city. You can just pick a city to put it in, and have it. Oh, thank you for the €1, good euro. And then have it. So basically, you get 3 food, 3 production base from these trade routes, and then if you want to extend that to make it like so, imagine this city, Cork Bay, is just working and like an extra invisible tile that's worth 2 production or 2 food and 3 production. So the diplomatic quarter is actually an incredibly powerful district, and one of the things that holds players back is not building it. So your civilization gets +1 diplomatic favor for each delegation or embassy from a foreign civilization through diplomacy. For those of you who don't know, diplomatic favor is one of the most powerful resources to trade with the AI. I can't show you it right now because I've denounced everyone, but if I were to try to sell Diplo favor, they'll typically give you a lot of gold for it if you're not being denounced by them. So the diplomatic quarter, if you're abusing diplomacy, gives you a ton of resources. But it's not just that. In addition, you get a free envoy if you build it next to a city center, and spies operate at a lower level in this city, and you get access to the Chancery, which gives you +3 influence points per turn. Now consider, right now, I am making 3 influence per turn. So if I were to build the Diplomatic Quarter and the Chancery, I would get double the amount of passive envoys. Now this scales up throughout the game. And then if you build the Consulate, you get another +2. So you can get +5 influence points per turn, which is insane. And that scaling is really good, because you can see here, at level 2, Friendship in Auckland, I get +2 production in every city with a factory or a consulate. So level 2 consulate, like level 2 relationship scales with consulate, and level 3 scales with chancery. So it's a really good way to build up a very, very strong city. In particular, the really important part is the envoy generation, because as you go throughout the game, like classical the tier 1 governments, they will generate 1 envoy after 100 points. The base amount of influence that you earn is 3, plus 2 from policy cards, plus 5 from the diplomatic quarter, which means you'll get an envoy every 10 turns. 1 envoy every 10 turns. At Merchant Republic, you'll get plus 5 base influence points, plus 7. So you'll get 2 envoys every about 13 turns, which is basically an envoy every 6.5 turns. And then at Fascism, it's 7 influence, plus 2, plus 5 is 14 points. At 200 points, you get 3 envoys. So approximately every 15 turns, you get 3 envoys, which is 1 envoy every 5 turns. So it's very, very powerful. Without this, we would get 1 envoy every 20 turns, as compared to every 10. We would get 1 envoy every 10 turns, as opposed to 6.5. And here, we would get 1 envoy every a little bit under 7 turns, as opposed to 1 every 5. So like building the diplomatic quarter gives you an insane amount of envoy scaling, which can secure you incredibly powerful city-state bonuses, as well as a ridiculous amount of yields for your empire. So yeah, I really should have done a tutorial for the diplomatic quarter. I don't know why I never did. Okay, so we built a builder in here. That's mainly to improve the tiles, do a bit of chopping. I think we go for more settlers here. There's plenty of land to our west that we can claim pretty much for free. We could settle this. Let's think about where. So like this is definitely going to be a mine. So somewhere adjacent to this, we want there to be a oppidum. We could settle this. This claims a lot of really good resources and tiles up in the north without really blocking anything. So that's like not a bad city up there. We could settle the Jade, or we could settle off Jade. If we settle off Jade, we have a really good oppidum right here. If that's a mine, that would be worth it. It'd be plus 4 oppidum right there. How about the government plaza? The government plaza just gives you access to some really powerful government buffs, like the Ancestral Hall, giving you 50% settler production. We could go Ancestral Hall. The free builder is really powerful. I'm more likely to go Warlord's Throne this game because we're going to be going for like a Giga Domination in a while. We could do a Tundra Petra City. This could be the Tundra Petra City. We could build the St. Basil's in here if we wanted to. It's always worth it to justify one city to build the government plaza and the diplomatic quarter, in my opinion. And then to use that as your trade route center. The government plaza also gives you 4 governor titles, which is insane. It's like ridiculously powerful. Right, chop. So there's military training. That did give us an envoy. I don't have a first envoy city here, so let me switch this out. 4 plus 2 influence per turn. It wouldn't be bad to go for veterancy if we were building our thingies, but we're not right now. Go chop this. We'll build games and recreation. We're a little bit starved for growth in these cities, so I do want to get a watermill, I think. There is an okay plus 2 harbor here, if that's what we want to do. For the extra trade routes, plus the ability to build boats to explore the land and stuff. To that end, I'm going to make myself some archers to clear out these boats on the coastline, because I'm kind of tired of them. We could settle down here. It's in low loyalty, so I'm not gonna. The main use of the Optimum is strong early start, the ability to pick early wonders with free engineers. Yeah, like nobody's even getting great engineer points. So if I can secure the Mausoleum of Halicarnassus, I will just have like the ability to pick whatever wonder I want. I see the borders of another empire here. It would be good if we had an extra scout. I want to build one of these soon. Let me quickly grab a scout first. It would be good to get a builder in here to improve more growth tiles because the city is struggling to grow a little bit. Let's go settle this first. You're trading with Dublin. I'm actually going to put this in Galway because Galway, or maybe yeah, Galway needs the growth and production more than Cork. I think we just go Warlord's Throne here for the government title. We're going to trade with Dublin, 2 food, 3 production. It's really going to speed up this city. We'll grab the watermill because we need growth in here. We need to get this city to 7 population eventually. Sooner we get there, the better. I think we chop at settlers because we have the settler production card in. So 2 turns until the next settler. The name of the fast unit movement mod, that's actually just a default game setting. If you go into your options here, and you go to quick combat and quick movement, you turn those on. Right now, they're enabled if I disable them. These are default settings. I actually made a tutorial about this many years ago, and now my units move slowly. All you got to do is go to your options, quick movement, enable, quick combat, enable, boom. Now your movements move real quick. I want to reveal this civic, so I'm going to grab Trauma and Poetry. Shoot him. Perfect. Let me quickly drop this, do this, so they can't kill my archer very easily. Yeah, I really hate the settlement limit, just conceptually. I think it's one of the worst parts of Civ 7 for me personally. Okay, we still haven't found the Harbour District, so we know it's behind shipbuilding. It's got to be in here. But I'm going to grab... Ugh. I'm trying to rush the mausoleum here, but it's just like hammer in the works. I'd like to be Susan of Ayutthaya because they give culture equal to 10% of the construction costs when you build buildings. That's a really good way for us to convert production into culture, which is something my Civ is already really good at if we're building military units. Also, we get +2 era score, which is fantastic, and we get their scouting information, so we can find things like tribal villages. Potato is allergic to playing tall. I just expand my empire to the space that's available. I don't really go out of my way to play wide. Like, if there's space, you know, I'm like a cat with a box. If I fits, I sits. If I fits, I settle. Let me move you here, you here, you here. Then get another archer. We want 3 archers because that will boost crossbow tech. Okay. Go for one more settler at least. I would just mod the settlement limit out. The problem is that the settlement limit is like designed into the gameplay mechanics. You can't just mod it out. It's built into the fundamental balance and identity of the game. You can't just take that out. It doesn't work like that, unfortunately. Not going for Kilwa. We will go for Kilwa if it's a possibility. But it's not currently a priority. I'm going to grab Workshop here. Naval Tradition would reveal 3 texts, which give us the highest possibility of finding feudalism. And Medieval Fairs requires two civic researchers. So I'm going to go for Naval Tradition, as this gives me the highest chance of finding feudalism statistically. I'm going to stand a warrior on a defensive tile adjacent to coast to try to bait my enemies into attacking him and wasting their time. Engineering has advanced. I'm trying to remember what engineering is. Okay, ancient walls. I think that was because we stepped on a tribal village. Are all the AIs English? Correct. Including the Americans. You're just England too, okay? If you're American, you just have to accept that you're England too. I'm going to build ancient walls so the city can shoot these boats when they stand on this tile. We have the workshop. We want our commercial hub and an encampment, but we want them in that order. I hate building this many builders early, but I guess as Ambiorix, it's fine. We could go for Sanguine Pact. What's the Irish perspective on the movie Sinners? Absolutely incredible movie. 10 out of 10. Really amazing. No real critiques. It's just a perfect movie. Don't let your nationalism get in the way of appreciating art. I think it's time we go Sanguine Pact. Because we can actually use these boats to level up our vampires. We're also going to promote this warrior to give this guy a higher base damage. Doesn't Gaul get a bonus from ley lines? Yeah, but we haven't found the Hermetic Order, so... Those vampires are mine by.
I cannot imagine any.
God, it's right there. Well, excuse me? What is this connection? Right, we're getting the Celestial Navigation because we're rushing the harbor. Rushing, quote, like air quotes. Scouts in position. It looks like the city went and flipped independent. Yeah, 45 base combat strength now because we have a man at arms. That's perfect. Shoot this guy. Try to bait this quadrireme over. Maybe he'll come. The vampire benefits from units dying beside it. There's ancient walls in Dublin. Some say the devil is dead, the devil is dead, the devil is dead. Buried in Killarney, more say he rose again, more say he rose again and joined the British Army. 2-2-2-1. I would love a higher food tile in this city. Can we get one? Yeah, we'd have to build a builder though, which I don't love building this many builders early, but I do think it makes sense. I think I'm going to steal Auckland because they have a lot of scouting info down here that's going to reveal stuff. It even showed me Johannesburg. Excellent. Vampires can get +10 from barbs. Exactly. So we want to try and kill a few barbs if we can. Oh, hello. We're going to settle right there. Radamukos. That scout is a problem, actually. So we may have to bring my scout up here to deal with that. Get yourself a watermill. You always disable societies because of the power creep. It does add a bit of power creep, but it's also fun. A little bit of power creep is like kind of based, right? All right, there's a free recon unit. This is actually perfect because that will allow me to protect this settler. Many people don't know how Johannesburg actually works. I've heard conflicting statements about how it works. But basically, the way that I read this is it's either, if I have a city like Cork and I have a luxury and a bonus and a strategic resource boosted in here, the city will get +3 production, +6 after industrialization. Is that not how it works? But the wording is goofy as hell. Oh, every unique resource is +1. So iron and horses is +1 each. God damn. That's not obvious in the description. But also based and poggers. It is very broken. We need to start building a relationship with Johannesburg. Johannesburg. We did get Dublin to a bigger population. It's growing very slowly. It's only at +3 food. Let's get another scout. We've got some exploring to do. Just imagine every resource is +1 production. That's crazy strong. And then it goes to +2 at industrialization. That is bonkers. Come on, come stand near my vampire. You know you want to.
One man's magic.
Okay. Bunch of text finished. So, we look here. +0 from barbarians that have died. Shoot. Shoot. +1 from barbarians that have died. Excellent. So you can farm barbarian boats for vampires. Isidore of Miletus is going to help us build a mausoleum. We got an archer in Cork. Let's grab that watermill. We got a scout in Limerick. We'll send you that way. I'll build ancient walls just so the city is defended. That's how far ahead on production we are. I'm going to send you to chop this tile. Actually, you chop this tile. I'll swap it there. And then Mullingar can get its Oppidum boosted, but I will probably build the granary in here because the city is pop locked. Yeah, that is a free city unit. It's John Curtin, aka Southern Hemisphere British. Okay, but just let that scout kill himself on my scout. If we're fortified into the terrain, it should happen pretty quickly. Okay. John Curtin, the Antipodean angles. True. So we're going to chop here. That'll finish this. Then we can go straight into the Oppidum. And then we can start improving the tiles adjacent to the Oppidum to bring up its adjacency. Bonus. Use Great Engineer for Coliseum. You know, I think we do have a good 6-city coliseum right here. No, it's only a 5-city coliseum. We can get a 5-city coliseum though, if we put it right there. Yeah, but is it built faster than by the AI in random mode? Let me make sure you work the food tile so you grow slightly faster. We'll want another food tile if we can get it over somewhere. We'll figure it out. Let's do an industrial zone logistics. Just for funsies. You can get amber in the capital, free amenity. I already have amber. Oh no, I settled on jade, right? That's true, I could get amber in the capital. We just don't have our trading districts yet. It's only pop 5. Is there an Irish leader mod? There's been a couple over the years, but I don't think any of them were particularly good. Get another amber and sell to the AI based. We're not trading with the British. We do not want a trade agreement with England. Why would we trade with our enemies? This is about getting revenge. Okay. I think there's another settlement kind of is very flat. But it can be good to just make sure you have control of space. So I will send a settler this general direction. Build that mine right there. Build that mine right there. Beautiful. Trade's how they get you. Exactly. Why would I trade with the enemy? "22 turns for growth in Dublin seems like a very long time for growth." Okay, well, we found divine right. There's feudalism. Oh, beautiful. So we could squeak out a couple of farm triangles somewhere, maybe. Nope. Became a member. Thank you so much, the random Maori. SJ Regati, a potato that walks like a man, streaming 4X games all he can with Guinness and whiskey and a rabbit so frisky. Sid Meier's most stalwart stand. Thank you so much, Sir Regati. That was a very nice little jig you wrote. What an Irish world wonder natural wonder combination would be implemented. We already have. You can chop fish in capital with Celestial. I could do that. We already have. What is the Giant's Causeway? As for World Wonder, Newgrange would be a good option, I think. Will you play more EU5? Maybe. Will you wear wigs? Maybe. What's the reason for 720p on Twitch? Ask Twitch, man. Let me see. Am I streaming at 720? I don't. Let me pull up OBS. Um. 1440p on YouTube. Ask Twitch, man. Ooh, yeah, we want to start building a relationship with Johannesburg. So let me drop Charismatic Leader. I'll plug in Diplomatic League. Pop an envoy into Johannesburg. I'm also going to quickly switch. I'm just going to go straight for feudal. Losing a few turns of plus envoy points is fine. Hey, Mount Everest. +1 faith to adjacent tiles. Religious units will ignore hills for the rest of the game if they move adjacent. Excellent. Let's get that fishing boat online. That's a nice food tile. It might be worth it to chop the fish. Location restricted. I think it must be a location-based thing if you can't use 1440p. All right, we'll just continue to invest into industrial zone logistics because we have nothing else we can build. You can also chop wheat because the fish is hard to get to. The fish isn't that hard to get to, and I don't want to chop the wheat because it's a source of passive food, which is really good for us. Why not pre-build an army? Maintenance. I'm only making 2 gold per turn because I don't have my trade districts up. $75 gold and Taruga. Ooh, nice bit of science right there. Why the Tundra City? The Tundra City is just to claim space. I built the settler, like I chopped out a settler and I was like, yeah, why not? Oh. I guess Lincoln is mine now. Thank you for the era score. So we need to come up with some new names for cities. This can be Belfast. It's up north. You can be Donegal. Or Derry. And what we call Lincoln. We'll call it Kildare. There you go. We already have a Cork. I like Monumentality because it's an okay one. Waterford, Shannon, those are good ones. We will use them later. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to shoot you. I'm going to step you into the water so that you block for this builder. Is Hermetic Order good? They're all good. They're just all different. Happy St. Patrick's Day, Potato. Grab another beer on me. I think I'm at my limit for the next couple of hours because I just drank half a pint of whiskey. And I want to be a responsible drinker. It would be nice for city centers to get this boost because we do have some cities coming online. I don't really care. So I'm just going to click whatever's at the top of the list. Catholicism just turns out. Catholicism and city centers, beautiful. So we can get our water mill really fast. And we're continuing to explore beautifully. Let's bring our vampire over here. We want to buy this tile. It would be a nice +3 food tile if we improved it. Why is it getting +1 food and production? $61 food. It would get us to pop 7. I think we take the tempo because then we can build the Diplo quarter. I will put the Diplo quarter. I want to avoid a hill if I can. Here is fine. Redbreast and Coke. That's heresy. Redbreast is too smooth to waste on mixing. It's just so listen. It's just so I don't get too fucked up too quickly. Okay. Redbreast. Listen, it's fine. I know I've got to see Auckland. That's right. Right. Forgot about Auckland, just like they forgot about Dre. Yeah. I'll support that. LOL. Me and Teddy in a war together. There's Hermetic Order. Wouldn't have been a bad Hermetic Order game, honestly. Now, we have currency, we have celestial navigation. I'm going to grab construction real quick. We do see where machinery is, so we do want to get to that. Let's get our harbor. I don't have the gold. Okay, maybe we'll do a little trading. Maybe we'll do like a little bit of trading with the AI. Like, just like... maybe a little. Like, what if I sold... Ugh. Ow. A meteor! Give me my meteor horse! There's Imhotep. 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 Tip, 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 tip. Let's get our harbor right here. This could be the harbor city, actually. Like the mausoleum city. Imhotep. Imhotep. Immodubstep. We mostly just want it for the extra builder charges for when we get to Leonardo. This could be a harbor city too. Let's have a look. Do we have any good commercial hubs? Here's a +2 commercial hub in the middle of nowhere, but no river. 1, 2, 3. You can't get to a river. That's okay. We'll kill the marsh. We want our trade routes. What's the logic behind meteors turning into horses? Didn't you know that horses came from space, bro? Imhotep. Imhotep. He loves dubstep. He loves dubstep. Imhotep remix when? Sorry, I already dropped it. It's already happened. Take your promotion. We got a diplomatic quarter. Let's get the consulate. That's going to give us +2 influence points per turn. That's going to roughly increase the rate at which we earn envoys by 60%. Less when we have the +2 envoy card plugged in. It's only, like, relatively speaking, less. Imagine if horses did come from space and they just, like, killed my stream, like, right now, because, like, he's onto us. You can't let people know about the space horse origin. My God. Build me ancient walls, please. You got your watermill. Go ahead and build that workshop. What you should do, however, is place the commercial hub to lock in its price. Doodle-doodle-doo. I'm gonna build you. Beer, you have my attention, sir. I don't think beer can get your attention. All right, we're gonna settle this bad boy. Kapow. Just claiming space so the AI can't take it. Also, late game, strategic resources will spawn here. Wouldn't be bad. Wouldn't be bad to have a canal city. Yeah, no. I wish Civ 7 would add some districts from Civ 6, like aqueducts and the diplomacy districts and the government plaza. I think Civ 6 did the city development minigame way better than Civ 7. Civ 7. We want serfdom. I'm not colonizing, so we'll put in serfdom. We are still kind of fighting barbs, so we'll keep that card. Civ 7. We would like to build a Kilwa Kisawani because it's one of the most powerful wonders in the entire game. So you should have 1 or 2 deaths from barbarians. So let's get you another combat strength by shooting this boat. Perfect. So now you should have +3. Excellent. So now we can go send you to fight some more barbs up here to the north. I fell in love with a Galway girl. Let me just double check my city overlap map mode. Oh. You touch my tra-la-la-la-la one. That is a very nice... that is a 6-city coliseum right there. So we're going to try to go for the 6-city coliseum. If we don't get it, it's no biggie. Let me see. Choppables. 1, 2, 3 choppables in range. So I think a builder is in order. It's a hill. That's fine. I forgot about the hill. Sorry. We will go for the 5-city coliseum right there. No big deal. Monument, granary, watermill. We'll worry about you once you have all those built. Now, the 100% industrial zone adjacency bonuses is absolutely poggers. It doesn't need flatland. It does, and I forgot about that. You can't put color on a hill? Listen, it's been a while since I've played. I'm gonna forget things. A Haboob Dust Storm. Granary, Monument. What about a Habibi Dust Storm? Habibi is such a good word. Should become an English loan word, in my opinion. Raises a glass to haboobs. Know any 4X games that lean more on the cities building side of things? Old World, a little bit. the deal with civilization to defeat the Brits? What's the deal with Chipotle? It gives me the Stellaris? I hardly know her. Oh, 60 faith. So I don't actually want this one, but I will take it. What I really want is Leonardo. So what do you do again? Building extra districts is actually kind of good for our capital. We're going to wait until we have Mausoleum, though. You can build me some builders while you're busy. What's the deal? Ooh. Do you think Civ 6 is still better than Civ 7? I think Civ 6 is just like a near perfect game from a lot of design aspects. And I think Civ 7 just was like a little bit of a step too far in certain directions that I don't personally enjoy, like my personal opinion. Like the art style of Civ 6 is basically perfect. It just needs like a few tweaks in my opinion. The vibrant colors, the brightness, everything is just magical. Civ 7 is very dark and dreary and cluttered. Like, look at these industrial zones. It's very clear that these are industrial zones. Even like look at the color of districts. Like, this is a very orange and brown district. It's very production oriented. This is very yellow. It's very gold oriented. Each color had like this communication to it that I really, really loved in this game. And Civ 7 just kind of did away with a lot of that beautiful communication power that they had. It felt like a step back in terms of the art and the gameplay. I mean, I'm still going to keep playing Civ 7 because I think it's an interesting game, and it has like, I think it has an interesting thing to say about the genre of like, I guess like 4X games and Civilization. And I think it's also interesting to critique the game. But I think Civ 7 was a kind of a... It's kind of like the Firaxis did the splits. In some ways, it was a step in the right direction, but one of the feet went the wrong way. Does that kind of make sense? They took a full step in one direction and the other step in the right direction, and they ended up kind of going nowhere with it. I am still hopeful that they can do some really interesting things with the game, but I do believe that some of the fundamentals of the game are kind of not... They don't fit. They don't jive. I agree that Civ 7 is an incredibly dull game from a visual perspective, whereas Civ 6 is so bright and vibrant. I think it's like a gorgeous, perfect, like no notes, nothing needs to change. It's perfect. We do need more growth. I'm thinking of improving the crabs because that'd be +1 food. That'd be a +2 food tile, which is decent. I might improve the hills on the way. Let's build the mausoleum after the lighthouse. We do want to get our trade routes up if we can. Do you still play Old World? Yes, in the sense that I'm still open to playing it, but I'm not currently actively playing it. I know there's a new expansion coming out that has to do with India, and it looks sick. In some ways, I really like the gameplay of Old World, but I don't love the art style of Old World. I think it's fine. But, yeah. What victory are you going for? We're going to kill England. That's my victory. Any chance for some more EU5 content? I have like multiple videos that I've kind of cooked on EU5, like stuff to do with like how granaries work and how population works and how terrain works and like stuff like that. But I think chopping food is generally better. Well, crabs aren't food. Crabs are gold chop. And they're people, that's correct. Okay, there's education and guilds. We want the industrial zone adjacency. Well, before we plug out this card, let's get that killed. And then we'll plug in industrial zone adjacency. I think I'm pretty happy with this setup. I will plug in charismatic leader. I forgot to switch that out. From a cultural point of view, revealing whatever this card is could be good. I can't remember what it is off the top of my head. I would like to get diplomatic service, actually, as well. Recorded history has a governor title. Medieval Affairs has a governor title. So I think we pick up these two to get our extra governor titles. We could now get our hands on some vampire castles. So that's something we can start to consider, like where we have like incredibly good tile yields for a vampire castle. Like there's one kind of like, there's some really good ones around. No, we're GG. What do you mean we're GG? What if I want a 4-hour video series where Potato just slowly loses my descent into mad ramblings? You know, the classics. You know, maybe we'll do it. So I want my trader, so I'll get a trader up in Limerick so we can start doing internal trade route stuff. We got our monument in Dividorum. Let's get the granary and the watermill just to pump up growth. Hey, Potato, can you please tell my mom to go home? Hey, Victor's mom, go home. Hope you're having a good day, but let's start up my own Civ game. I'm playing as Tsar Nicholas II in Civ 6 modded. Nice. Free Nazca. They're so far away and I don't want to. I'm busy. Oi. Okay, so Isidore. And then we'll do Imhotep to finish the mausoleum. We've got another vampire. We can build a castle. There's something to be said for a vampire castle right here. Although ideally you do want it to be on a production tile. Like surrounded by production tiles. But this right here could be really, really sick. If we get all those tiles improved. So I think I will get into position to do that. What was your first Civ game? Civ 4. A man of culture. Ipswich. Ipswich D's. Nope. Alright, there's the builder. We'll start improving these tiles. Go get me that crab. Get me another builder. I'm gonna step Isidore off. Finish this wonder. Boom. There's the mausoleum. Could have gotten 350 production out of Imhotep. Wasted potential. Save scum. What? I only used him once.
As no other shade can boast.
Poggers. So there's the mausoleum. That will restore a charge to Imhotep and Isidore. He doubles for classic and ancient. Does he? Whoops. Forgot about that. We got our workshop. Let's get our commercial hub. Our trade routes are coming online. You got the mausoleum. Could be worth building the Great Lighthouse. +1 trade route capacity. Don't have the money. And I don't want to kill the crabs. Build a trader. We'll teleport you over to the Coliseum. No wonder card? Who cares? I'm busy. I'd rather have the urban planning than the wonder card, personally. So now I can use Bisheng in the capital, which will let me place an extra district. We definitely want the commercial hub and the encampment. So we'll drop the commercial hub next. I want you to trade with Dublin to keep you growing. There's simply no way of knowing in which direction we are growing. Did you ever play Civ Revolution? I did play Civ Revolution on my phone. And that game's art style is poggers. In fact, the guy who worked on the art for Civilization Revolution was the lead artist or the art director for Civ 6, I believe. And he nailed it on both games, in my opinion. Personally, I don't love the art direction of Civ 7. Civ 7! City-state declared war on me. It's Granada. Who cares? Okay. We want to trade with Dublin. 3 food, 4 production. Very poggers. No more room for traders. We could run commercial hub. Marco Polo would give us an extra trade route. Foreign trade routes to the city would provide extra gold. We could alternatively build builders to mass improve our empire. I think I will get those builders up. Vampire, go over here. How do you keep the appeal of your empire high? Don't build mines. Don't chop woods. But a more important question is, why would you keep the appeal of your empire high? Oh, it is doubled if it's from the ancient or classical. Okay. Because you're playing Teddy? Well, yeah, then don't chop woods. Don't improve mines. Build the districts that improve appeal. So, holy sites, theater squares, entertainment complexes, and wonders improve appeal. I don't know about canals and dams, but mountains, coast, woods, oases, golf courses, industrial zones, encampments, airports, and spaceports reduce it. Rainforest, marsh, and floodplains reduce it. Pillage tiles reduce it. Mines, quarries, oil rigs, offshore oil rigs, and airstrips reduce it. Natural wonders and city parks increase it. You forgot to lock in the commercial hub. Oh, whoops. Thank you. Backseaters useful for once. Imhotep become basically one tap Coliseum if you run card. Okay, we'll try it next turn. We'll see. We'll give it a shot. I took a delegation from Roosevelt.
History is the
Let's see. +5 City Coliseum. Imhotep doubles. Pop. Oh wow, he can one tap it. That's sick.
Rome shall stand. When the Coliseum falls, Rome shall fall. When Rome falls...
God, look at the wonder construction movies in this game, dude. It's like putting together a Lego. The wonder movies in this game are so good. Fuck! The wonder movies in Civ 7 are cringe. I'm sorry. Listen, they're okay. But they're nowhere near as good as the Civ 7 ones. Civ 7. Alright, we're going to trade with Dublin. Perfect. Keep the city pumping and growing and doing all the things. We definitely could use a builder in here. There's a lot of tiles that need improving. So now I think we're going to go into encampments and start thinking about fighting and killing. We could also consider like filling in this northwestern section of the map. If we were to try to settle here optimally, I think I would settle this. And then I would settle here just to claim space. Here to claim space. Here, do something like this. Claim space. We've got some really good oppidum tiles around. You need more science, I think, to kill Teddy. I don't think I need science to kill Theodore. I guess he does have 155 science per turn. His cities are 56 combat strength. Do I have to go campuses and then encampments? Ugh. 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 Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think that's the minimum number of cities required to claim every tile here. So 5 more cities to make sure we claim all of the tiles. Where is Magnus? I'm going to move Magnus. What's my biggest production city? So 46, 37, 46. Okay, so in here is actually one of my biggest production cities. I'll queue up 5 settlers to get them moving out that way. We've got the Coliseum, which is big for our amenities. Unfortunately, I think we are going to have to go campuses this game to tech up to defeat Teddy. We have plenty of culture coming from things. England is a little bit too far away to fight an effective war, like an efficient war. It would be a very inefficient war if we were to fight them. So I think I'm a little drunk. Not like too drunk, just a little. Okay, I'm gonna get myself a chilled glass of Redbreast after this. I'm gonna give myself like, let's say I got that drink 90 minutes ago. Probably get one in like half an hour to 45 minutes. Let the alcohol process. Your affection for tundra cities is insane. I just like filling the land. It's very satisfying to me to make sure that, like, you see the way, like, if you go into the settler mode and there's all this like empty land, I like just making sure that it's filled. If I wanted to like fill this in a way that wasn't completely unhinged, like here grabs all the land, right? But this would leave a little gap over here. So this is necessary. This is efficient. I guess we could leave this little gap here. And we could do it in 4. Kills the good optimum place next to the horse. It's not that big. It's not that big of a deal. This is like 4 cities and we only leave this little gap here. Okay, so we got the Coliseum. We would like to get the Kilwa, so 3 turns in here. I can't afford to buy that tile even though I really want to. I will put I'll build a builder in here, I guess. Monument completed in Derry. We can't afford to buy that tile, so we'll just grab ourselves a builder. We got a builder in Dublin. We want our commercial hub. Let's go improve that tile. I have a promotion available. Liang is not a terrible pick here. Victor would be good if we decided to go for free promotions. He's also good for loyalty during conquest, so I'll just grab Victor here. Bisheng. No, we won't use that yet. We're holding off on the vampire castle. Automate the scout because I'm tired of micromanaging him. I sent you a tip once to go to Temple Bar for a beer and you yelled at me for it. I want you to know I've been to Dublin, loved it. Magical trip. Don't go to a Temple Bar. Okay, go to Temple Bar once and then go to a real pub. Instead of the fucking Yank Magnet places. We have bars with board games. We have bars with rock bands. We have dive bars. We have all sorts of cool bars. Got cool nightclubs. Okay. Let's have a look. What are we working here? Mostly improved tiles in here. Do we want to give away this tile? I think we do. I'll send you towards the volcano area to start improving that. What is Temple Bar? Temple Bar is like a really famous place in Dublin City where like they play a lot of the music. Okay. Sure didn't I go down to the did I? Didn't I? Sure didn't I? A friend of mine loves Temple Bar. Shout out to my friend. He knows who he is. Also, please keep singing. No. It's not a singing stream. It's a St. Patrick's Day stream. Come on. Okay, Vampire Castle. 10 food. 16 production. 1 gold. 4 culture. It's beautiful. That's going to feed our capital like crazy. So we don't necessarily need Bisheng in here. So we should have a think about where the next... Ooh, right here. I don't think you can put it on volcanic. Here. This is the Vampirico Castle. Oh. Why can I never find... There it is. I think we set up here. This will be a disgustingly good vampire castle. Look at that. Major flood.
Remember that people break down too, not just machinery.
We got a drunken Irish potato stream, but mainly enjoy yourself. I'm tipsy. I'm not like drunk. I'm just tipsy. I've had like half a pint of alcohol of whiskey. So we have Kilwa. I don't see a tech that's especially important. I mean, banking is fine. Banks are one of the worst buildings in the entire game. I am losing gold, though. There are rare times when banks are important. I want to make sure that I get Leonardo, so I'm going to pass on this. And pray that we get Leonardo. Diddly-I-lie-lie-liddly-I-lee. Why are banks so bad? They're really expensive and they're just really, really expensive. And they don't give you that much. Wait! The vampire is supposed to get this kill. Or at least witness it. Witness me!
All that glisters is
Right, so there's medieval fairs.
Often have you heard that told.
Nothing here is especially important. The envoy gold can be useful. Yeah, banks are just not that good. I mean, they're fine if you're owls. Like, banks on Elves Minerva is fine. I think Merchant Republic. Yeah, we love civil service for the +1 amenity. We can start spamming out like scout units. Commercial hub, let's have that market. We'll probably build banks this game because we are the Gauls, and Gauls just have a ridiculous amount of money. Diddly-I-lie-lie-lie-lie-lie, diddly-I-lie-lie-lie-lie. This will be a +1 eventually. We just need to get the campuses down. We can make friends with Taruga later. Do you want peace, milady? Milady? We're not ready to be at war.
Thanks for keeping the peace.
Mausoleum tiles not improved. I got other priorities right now. Diddly-I-lie-lie-lie-lie-lo. What's your favorite game in Civ 6 so far? All of them. Listen, Civ 6 is just such a great game to load up on a completely random setup. You have no idea what you're going to do, who you're going to be, or what you're going to play. And it's just like, oh, you always get like, it always prints a gold run. Okay, there's a commercial hub. We want the market. Promote you with the +4 loyalty towards other civilizations so that we can prepare for war later. Yeah, swapping tiles between cities is just such a core, like the micromanagement aspect of civilizations, like economic game is like all of the city building. They took away all like the player agency and it just feels like they took away the gameplay, right? Like, I'll put a farm triangle in here. I'm based like that. What victory condition are you going for? We're going for the kill the Brits victory condition. Right now we're just building up our empire to be strong enough to take on Teddy Roosevelt. So there's the market of the capital that will allow us to build a trader. You should heal. You should promote. You should heal. Have you ever played Civ 4's Fall from Heaven mod? I have, and it's really, really sick. It's excellent. The designer on that game is the I guess lead designer or the gameplay designer, or I can't remember exactly what his role is on Endless Legend 2. Kale is the leader, is the one of the head devs for Endless Legend 2. No, I didn't mean to build a farm. Diddly-I-lie-lie, diddly-I-lie. Where are the army commanders? God, army commanders is such a cool mechanic. It's so good. I don't know what other wonders we want to build. Kilwa. Let's build Kilwa in our capital. Could you name the vampire Tim Curry? Absolutely. Oops, didn't mean to kill him. How's it going on this fine day? It's going really well. Okay, you're in position. Boosh. This trader is going to go to Mullingar to help them out. Diddly-I-lie-lee, liddly-I-lie, diddly-I, liddly-I, liddly-I-loo. Oh no, we won't be allying America. America is just Britain 2.0, and so we're going to take them out. You are going to get the castle boost. No, can save some science this way too. When am I getting it? I'm never getting this. It's like I'd have to switch to exploration and wait 7 turns. Any reason Victor's not assigned? There's no reason to assign him. He doesn't do anything. Whereas I just want to get to the gold as soon as possible. Right, campuses are coming up. We got our market in Mullingar. Build me a trader. Send the trader to Dublin. It's worth 5 production. You are? Huh? It's monarchy? I'm not going monarchy. And I'm not even researching it. So, nope. Diddly-I-lie. Oops, wrong guy.
Kilwa is
so Kilwa is sick.
Beautifully built
Oh, I need to pee.
The houses there are entirely made of.
Imagine
wood,
rushing banks. What a
rooftops
goated
out
build.
of
I'm
logs,
broke.
and it rains with great vigor.
Never seen someone click bans this fast in his life. Who got banned? I'm not playing competitively. We're just chilling. And your energy is bringing down the stream once. Okay. It is not fun to get a constant stream of criticism of my build. Kilwa deserves its own YouTube channel. Look at the reef in the ocean. Why? What reef? What city-states do you control? Right now, I control Auckland. What reef? Okay, we got Kilwa. Okay, so we're lazily making our way to banks because we're just broke. There is probably technically better things that we could be going for, but nothing is really revealed. I guess, and technically industrialization isn't far off. Do we have that revealed? We should, right? Yeah, we do. Okay. So it's at a choke point tech anyway. So science is pretty much our goal right here. It would have been nice to put a campus here. I would have got to go to adjacency. B Sheng will go back to Dublin and we will give it a campus, I think. Do you know where Kilwa Kisawani was originally built? I think it was in that Eastern Africa country whose name I forget. It was like a really big trading empire near Madagascar. I'm a little tipsy, so my memory on this thing. Oh, what were they called? I feel like their name began with an M. Tanzania? No, like the historic empire began with an M. My brain keeps saying Mauritania, but I don't think it is. That's not it. Is it Mozambique? Kilwa Mozambique. No, but there was an old name for it. What was it called back in the day? Like Zanzibar, all this stuff. Mali? No, it wasn't Mali. It had an old name. Oh my God. Let me see. It's in EU5. Mombasa? No, it wasn't the Mamluks. Mamluks is Egypt. You guys are annoying me. Hold on. The East African city-state of Kilba, because there's a bunch of made dedication. The height of Kilba, Great Mosque. Portuguese arrived. I can't remember the name of it. Can you explain to me the look of the Irish? I read the history of the Irish. I must say I don't see it like at all. It's a reversed. No, it's a sarcastic. Oh, he must have the look of the Irish. That means you're not lucky. I think you're confused, brother. Hold on. EU5 African countries. What is it called? Maybe it is Zimbabwe. Maybe it was actually just Kilwa. Maybe it was Zanzibar? Mombasa, Mozambique. I don't remember. I remember something, but my memory is a faulty thing. It's not probably perfect. Okay, Kilwa. We have Kilwa, so as we develop our suzerainties, we will start to get a lot of bonuses, in particular once we get Johannesburg, which we are working on. So there's Kilwa. We should probably just grab ourselves another builder to continue to develop our empire. We got a nice farm triangle here. We could continue to develop this farm triangle area. We're not quite ready for you to build a vampire castle. We're close to get the optimal yields. Bro is so drunk he starts spitting crazy cultures. It's Tanzania. Mogadishu? It could be Mogadishu. That sounds... No, isn't that in Ethiopia? Listen, I just can't remember, right? I'm a little tipsy and I can't remember what the country was. Merchant Republic or monarchy? Actually, monarchy would be really good for influence points now that I'm thinking about it. So we could go monarchy because the 50% influence points is really good. Diplomatic favor for every Renaissance wall is also really good for being able to have diplomatic favor despite conquering a bunch of places. So I do actually really like monarchy here. Now, Merchant Republic is nice for the 15% production. I don't think we go theocracy. I like monarchy here. I don't think it's actually terrible, especially because we have the industrial zone card preference. Oh, Johannesburg, big production swing here. So now we're suzerain of Auckland and Johannesburg. So every city in our entire empire gets a 15% production boost thanks to Kilwa. And Dublin gets a 15% production boost towards districts, wonders, and buildings, which is sick. According to Wikipedia, Kilwa was a Swahili city-state in Tanzania. I'm trying to remember the name of it. Might have just been the city. The country might have just been called Kilwa in EU4 and EU5. I don't remember. Just in my mind, it began with an M, and I think that's wrong. Mutapa. I just can't remember. It's fine. We just stop talking about it. Let's move on. I don't remember what the thing is that I remember the edge of a piece of memory. I think it might have just been Kilwa. So 13 food, 23 production, 3 science, 1 faith, 4 culture. That's all being shipped to the capital. So now it's 23 food per turn, surplus. So we are going to want a lot of housing here. There is nothing to remember. I remember something. It could be wrong. Send a trade route to Johannesburg for the envoy. So this is a situation where this city now has so much food that I do think that a +2 housing from an aqueduct can be worth it. I feel like we owe you an apology. My grandmother was born not far from there. Cool. What is the vampire doing to have that much promotion? I don't know what you're talking about. The vampire doesn't have any promotions. This vampire has literally never been in combat. I think it was the Kilwa Sultanate that I was thinking of, and my brain was like, oh, that country began with an M, but I was just like thinking of a different, like two memory wires got crossed. Okay. Housing in Pangala is always a great idea. I agree. It's a beautiful castle. We'll put a farm here. Well, we want to chop the marsh first. Head over here. Guard that tile. What's the silliest city name in Ireland? Muff.
If you see a castle
and probably Kilcock.
you must walk there.
I did find a place called Cunt in rural Ireland, I think it was. Or maybe it was like Cunt Smash or something. It was... I have a screenshot of it on my my Instagram. When I was down in Cork, and it's like to the north of Cork. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Cork. Google Maps. Okay. So I was in Cork, and I was faffing about looking at place names in Cork. Okay. I was like, oh, like there's like all these like little villages. And I found a place that had like, maybe it's, let me check my Instagram. Well, I said beer, but I'm actually drinking whiskey. So this was years ago. This was like 5+ years ago. I'm going to scroll back pretty far on my Instagram. Okay, hold on. So there's when I went to Photo Wildlife. No. Ah, this is what it was. It was Gary Cummer. There's a place in Cork called Gary Cummer. Yeah. Here it is. Hold on. Google Maps. Google Maps can't find Gary Cummer. You can find Gary Cummer. There it is. Hold on. I'm going to share it with you guys. Boom. There it is. Gary Cummer. Just to the north of Cork. Well. Oh, I lost Gary Cummer. We have Dry Beaver Creek. Is that Ted Cruz's house? All right, let's build a university. It's +4 science. We've got the harbour in here. Let's build the lighthouse. Doxed Gary Cummer. In the Netherlands, there's a place called Rectum. Okay, come on, guys, grow up. So, definitely think there's some mines here. I don't like putting an industrial zone next to a volcano. Belfast is going to struggle to grow, so I'll probably go harbour first for the growth. So in the meantime, make me a builder. Ben Shapiro's house. True. I'm truing. Okay. I want to improve some tiles out this way. Build those mines and a mine. Third vampire castle when? And where? Missouri has tightwad. That's a great name. Appease the gods. So if you succeed, you get a free soothsayer and a random free promotion. So I actually think that we are uniquely in a position to be able to smash this goal. Now the combat strength of the unit matters. So let's see, 45 combat strength. You're only 160 production. So I think we just feed man-at-arms to this thing. Okay, we got our lighthouse in here. That means we want a trader. We got a trader in Mullingar. That means we want to move it over to Belfast to help that city develop. You want to build a campus. Let me see if I can find a good optimal campus location. Here's a +2. This could be a +2 as well if we do this. So go ahead. Still worth buying Civ 7. That's like, listen, dude, that's a decision you make with your money. If you want me to tell you what to do with your money, donate to me. Send me money. I want you to donate to the stream right now. If you're sitting on money that you could be, you know. Do vampires gain when the unit gets thrown into the volcano? Actually, I am not sure. All right, we're going to trade with Dublin. That's 3 food, 5 production. That's beautiful. Yeah, keep moving west. Improve this. Oh, this isn't in range of anything, actually. Derp. There's Divine Right. Let's switch to Monarchy. Naturally, we will be plugging in Republican Legacy. We'll keep Craftsmen. I think we want Retainers. Builder production is great. I think we want settler production because we are producing in Cork. We got a man-at-arms. He's going to be fed to the volcano. Internal Gaul is actually also how it's playing in multiplayer. The Grandmaster's Chapel would be nice to be able to convert faith. Intelligence Agency is pretty good for establishing vision and diplomatic knowledge. Pillaging improvements provides faith. My personal favorite whiskey is Jameson, just because it's a really, I don't know, I just really like it. I drink it a lot. Or rather, I drink it when I drink whiskey. It's my go-to order. This is a hard choice. Would need faith generation for Grandmaster's Chapel. Well, Grandmaster's Chapel gives you faith generation from pillaging. I think the extra spies are really useful to establish the diplomatic visibility. Now, I believe you already have your trader, so I'm going to move this trader to Derry. Right? Yeah, you have your outgoing trade. Perfect. Then +1 trade route on Colossus. Is it worth losing a fish? No, but it is worth doing this. 10 turns for an extra trade route is pretty good. Diplomatic service is for sure a tech that we want. It gives us the chancery, which is a ridiculous amount of influence points. It gives us a spy. Yeah, that's just poggers. Casually 3 turning intel agency. Absolutely, my guy. 6 turn anchor what though? That is a lot of pop. I give up a mining tile for it though. Okay. Ipswich is flipping independent due to loyalty. I don't necessarily care about grievances right now. Don't care about religion either, so I'm just going to vote for whatever. I don't care what the outcome of that is. Doesn't affect me, doesn't bother me. We've got a campus in Mullingar, so since we want to keep pumping up our science so that we're able to develop a more advanced military, we will keep doing that. We will start improving the town in Derry. We can now buy this tile and get to work on our oppidum so that we can start pumping up the production in here. You're good. Let's see. Yeah, I want you to trade with Dublin because that's 3 food, 5 production. That's going to help us grow and produce in the city. What win condition are you going for? The Killing England win condition. Okay, we want to feed you to the mountain. We have another settler done. We have another vampire done. Appeasing the gods. We'll need to feed a couple of units in here. There we go. Improve the fish. Stay fortified. Spiff's sweating right now. Didn't need to purchase tile. Would have been culture bombed either way. That's true. I didn't have to buy that. I should have thought about that. Wait, but I'd already built them. Oh, yeah, no. I didn't need to buy it. It's just me being dumb. There's university. I mean, your unique unit is a lot more relevant in Civ 6 if you actually rush to it. But the problem is a lot of builds just... Because a lot of unique units lived on the iron working technology, it pretty much only worked if you have a nearby neighbor and you can swordsman rush them. And then it can be quite tricky to transition out of that if you don't have a very clean war. Potato, if you could add one thing from Civ 4, 5, and 6 to Civ 7, what would you add? I would bring over Civ 6 art style. I would bring over Civ 5 social policy trees. And Civ 4's government system. So we have a university. We would like to be Susan of Armagh just because of roleplay, but we really want to be Susan of Taruga because of science. So let me drop out Charismatic Leader, and I will drop in Diplomatic League. I don't think we change any of our cards. These all work for us. We do need more military units, but it's fine. We'll put a point into Taruga. That'll start pumping up our science a little bit. Go here and chop. Civ 4 is goated. The Civ 5-7 art style, I'm just going to be honest with you. The Civ 5 or the Civ 5 and Civ 7 art style is just garbage. Just like I really, really hate it. I hate look at this leader. Look at this leader art. Oh my god, look at him. He's like so vibrant and full of life and personality. Look at this guy. Oh my god, he's like giving me that like go do your homework stare. He's like blocky. The character design is amazing. Look at Victoria. Just such an incredible, unique character art style. John Curtin, beautiful. Look at the face. The face is so unique. Okay. Civ 5. Blech. All right, so you have +0 from barbarians or units. So if I feed you into the volcano, you now have +0, so it doesn't work. So we definitely want to secure silver if we can. I'm sorry, Civ 6 leader character, like the character design in Civ 6 is just so much better. The art style, like, everyone who cried about the Civ 6 art style is, in my opinion, responsible for how ugly Civ 7 is. Civ 6 was absolutely beautiful and people spat on it. So we're going to go into Charleston, I think, and start building a spy network. What you're misunderstanding is the generalist look of 5 is the appeal. I think Civ 5 just looks like dog shit, dude. I think it just does not look good. Unironically, Civ Revolution has better art design than Civ 5. Realism is overrated. Realism is completely overrated. I want cool character designs, not like, yeah, I don't just, you know, listen. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. If I was in charge of Civ 7, a lot of really small things would get fixed. Like when you click on a city and open its production tree and you go to build something, like the camera changes. Like I don't even like how they do it in Civ 6. Like see the way the camera like changes angle. Like little things like that are very disorienting during gameplay. Civ 7 is way worse at that. Just like these little things. Okay. Listen, it's okay to have a wrong opinion. You could be wrong, right? Civ 5's art style. It's okay that you like Civ 5's art style, but it's not better. You might prefer it, but it's not better. Let me go ahead and build another man-at-arms. I think he will be done in time to be sent into the volcano. Unironically, anime art style would be better than Civ 5's art style. One moment. Okay, give me like 15 to 20 minutes. It's dinner time. Do next 3 turns to strategic view. Strategic view rocks, dude. Look at how beautiful this is. Look at this. It's fucking gorgeous. Okay. I want to build a... What was I building again? So I want a campus and an encampment. So I'm going to build the campus first. I guess I'll crush this tile. +1 for the government plaza is fine. I don't want to kill the quarry because the quarry is worth a lot more. So I'll put it there. I'll preserve my vampire castle for a bit longer. Warrior here. You're mostly just guarding that tile. I want you to improve this tile. Shang, I don't have a use for you. Man-at-arms. Oh, Man-at-arms, you're being sent down to the volcano. Settlers being sent to the west. Found you through Koibo, really got into Civ 6. Thanks for the content. Thank you, Akao, man. I'm glad you enjoy the D&D stuff too. If you put it on the farm, I don't think the castle gets reverted. That is true, but what I want to do is refresh the castle at industrialization. So I'm hoping to delay my encampment until industrialization. What did you miss? Civ 6 collabing with Nintendo. What's great about the strategic view too is if you have like really bad graphics card, you can play Civ 6 in this mode and it looks great. I'm really sad they don't have it on, like I play Civ 6 on my phone sometimes and I don't think they have strategic view. It made me really sad. Okay, library. We got our man at arms, so we'll send him over. Like, it's so easy to tell where your roads are and where your roads are going. You play Nintendo? Bro, I'm a gamer. People think I only play Civ. It's crazy. Sacrifice this unit. Okay. We need more sacrifices. Gamer. Civ 6 on the phone, not annoying? No, it's actually a ton of fun. Play Stone Shard. Stone Shard is a very cool game, and I've played a little bit of it. I just like... People don't want to watch me play Stone Shard. I have genuinely thought about becoming a streamer because I think you can play a lot more variety as a streamer than you can as a YouTuber. Favorite Nintendo game? Probably The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. No, Majora's Mask. That's a toss-up. Okay, Machiavellianism based, Chancery based. So there's going to be +3 influence per turn, which is going to be incredible. Pikmin was sick. So we definitely want to get a Chancery, but just give me a moment here. We're going to stick on some Zelda and chill music. While you wait, I'm going to go have dinner. Holy shit, my timing is incredible. Dude, I can't believe I timed it perfectly. Okay. So we just got diplomatic service. We want to be working on the chancery for the +3 influence points per turn. Influence will get us more envoys. More envoys will get us more yields. Bro sat in his computer in silence for a few minutes. No. Good dinner? Yeah, it was homemade pizza with potato dogs. On the clock, baby. We don't need humanism. None of these texts are super important to me. I think we just grab... Merchant Republic, that's fine. We'll just research that. We'll repair the Oppidum in here. We got a builder, so let's go ahead and improve that mine. We'll get another builder. Let's kill with the vampire for +1 combat strength. Head this way, you head that way. Yeah, homemade pizza with potato dog. Potato dog was pretty good. Happy St. Paddy's Day. Thank you so much, Walrus. Okay, so Marco Polo. Let's get him. The +1 trade route is fantastic. I'll put a trader in Kildare. We got a man at arms we can send down. Make me a courser to sacrifice as well. We want silver, but silver is very competitive. Do you have any fun facts about St. Patrick's? About St. Patrick? He was a slave. Is that a fun fact? All right, monument, granary. We want to go clear this barb camp to the left to build a barb camp points. That's not very fun. Listen.
If you're the bank, $100.
So we have access to banks now, which, you know, it is a bad building, but it is nice. We do want printing. Let's get military engineering. Neither is really useful. There's the Oppidum, build a workshop. We could probably use another builder or two in here eventually. Let's get the workshop first to pump up our production. Then, yeah, you chop this tile. That'll get you another builder. Excellent. This trader can't actually reach anywhere. I don't think we have space for it, maybe. Oh, because my commercial hub here got damaged. So we'll do the repair job. Diddly I lie, liddly I lee. Right, sacrifice the unit. Science funny number. We're very close. Happy St. Patrick's Day. Thank you so much, New Rope. So I see the CF6. What's the beer tally and what are we at now? I am currently drinking a homemade cocktail made with... so I drank like half a pint of Redbreast. We are currently... Well, it wasn't like half a pint. It was like a third of a pint. I was exaggerating slightly. That was like 2 hours ago. Then now we have like a peach schnapps
Tactics
with gin and elderflower.
exploration, and the end of
Homemade cocktail that was so strong that my wife encouraged me to taste it and giggled. And when I drank it, they were giggling. Ugh. It's not great. All right. Weirdly enough, none of these are very good. Monumentality is good just for the movement on builders. Filippo Brunelleschi, we're going to take him. And then what we're going to do is we're going to run projects to make sure we get Leonardo. We're in monarchy. We don't need to change our government. I'm pretty happy with what we have. We're still producing... well, we're no longer producing settlers in Cork, actually. So we could take out the settler card and replace it with... +1 gold from city-states could really cover our gold income right now because we just have such bad gold income. Improve that tile. Move there. You have a trade route. We're waiting for a repair. Chop this, that will finish you. We'll finish the commercial hub as well. We have a courser that we're bringing over here because we want to sacrifice him. Feed him to the volcano. Excellent. I have 2 ancestors that were born in Ireland, but they both had English parents. Does that make me Irish or English? Questions of identity are complex. And this is something a lot of like things I would say that your heritage, like if you care about like genetic heritage, right, is from Ireland and England. So I would say you're at least partially Irish in heritage, but you're also partially English in heritage from like, if you're thinking about the genetic point of view. If you're talking about like the cultural point of view, like the lived experience, that really depends on how much the Irish or English identity affected your actual life growing up. Like if you were, like, I don't know, if you're American, right, and you lived a quintessentially American life and you never did anything Irish, like you never went to a Cayley, you never played like Irish football, or Gaelic football rather, you're mostly American with enough Irish in you to be welcome as a tourist. But like if you feel a deep connection to the Irish ancestry that you have, like reconnect with it, man. Have a good time. Like learn Irish music, learn the Irish language, learn Irish dancing. Do it. It's called soccer, actually. No, it's called Gaelic football. Do you have any boats yet? No. Gaelic football is more rugby than soccer. It's kind of. It's its own very unique thing. All right, let's gain sources and then do listening post. Why Civ is so special to you? Because it pays the bills, baby. Partially, I just really, really like Civ 6. I like playing the game. It's a lot of fun. I get a lot of views on YouTube, so it's rewarding from that point of view. It's an interesting and challenging game. So yeah, it's just a lot of fun. My goal was to play games for a living, and Civ enables me to do that. And I always have fun playing it, so boom. Wait, don't I already speak Irish? No. Irish is its own language. Happy St. Paddy's Day all the way from Canada, Potato. Thank you so much, Tim. And hurling is uniquely, it's like the fastest field game I'll put one into Nan Madol. And then I'll put one into Taruga, so that we're up to 80 science per turn, which is fantastic. Growing our stats. Who doesn't have a low-key housing crisis? True. How is Ireland right now? You guys got a housing crisis? Because boy, do we have some fun stuff in Canada. Ireland does have a housing crisis. Pretty much the entire Anglosphere has a housing crisis. And it's largely down to the fact that culturally, people just don't want to live in apartments or build apartments. Or like, there's also like this deep-seated idea in, it feels like Anglo cultures that like a house is an investment when it's not. A house is not an investment. Like the house that you live in is not an investment. Stop thinking of a house that you live in as an investment. It's not an investment. It's a place to live. You can never sell your house. Like the only person who benefits from your house investment are the children you have, if you have any. Which you're basically incentivizing your children to want you to die. And it's like, dude, the only thing you sell a house for is to buy another house. So if all houses double in price, your house was not an investment. If you're buying a house to rent it out, that's an investment. But now you're a landlord. Which means when the revolution comes, you're going to have some problems. Housing crisis is European. It's not only European.
At Rhodes was set up a colossus.
Plus some trader capacity grants a trader unit.
Representing the sun. The artist expended.
There's empty houses in Ireland, but they're in the middle of nowhere. That's another really big problem. One of the big problems with the housing crisis in Ireland is the lack of decentralized infrastructure. We're actually still closing down public transit. We're still trying to build more motorways, even though the motorways are getting more and more clogged with cars every day. And having a car is becoming like incredibly, like Ireland is one of the most car dependent places in Europe, and it's insane and it's only getting worse. We need to stop building motorways. We need to stop building roads. We need to stop pouring billions and billions of euro into this fucking infrastructure that is inaccessible, to like many people, including older people and younger people. We need to start building more cycling infrastructure, more bus infrastructure, like bus infrastructure on the existing road infrastructure. And the Irish roads are a PvP server. Then we need to start investing heavily into the railway network. We need to start building dense urban areas. We need to start implementing land reforms with regards to land value taxes. We need to increase housing taxes. We need to increase property taxes to cool off the housing market. It's just so many things. Potato starting a political party. I've been a member of the Green Party in Ireland for 2 years now. I think 3 years. And I'm really hoping that the upswell of the Green Party in the UK feeds over to Ireland. Really, really hoping. Does Derry have its trader? Yes. I'm like a hyper environmentalist kind of person. I think it's one of the most important aspects. Like for me, there is no political. Oh, right. There's no political party that takes the environment seriously. And so like every political party to me has to be a green party, like an environmentalist party at a minimum. And then there's no environmentalism without social justice either. So like environmentalism without social justice is just gardening, is like the classic quote, and it's incredibly true. We need a society that's more equal. We can't have billionaires owning all of our technological infrastructure, using it to feed police states and influence politics. Like these things are just, we can't have these things happening anymore. Like it's just, I have become so radicalized against the worst aspects of capitalism. If all people want to be in the same place, the environment will be trampled. Actually, people living in denser locations reduces the environmental impact of human society because people don't have to travel as much. People don't need energy intensive transportation. Less land is dedicated to housing if people live in denser places. Do the Irish Green Party oppose nuclear as well? Unfortunately, yes, as from what I remember. But I think nuclear is just a bit of a distraction. Like Ireland gets enough wind. Like Ireland literally has some of the best wind power potential, but we have lots of like obstructionist, like small villages fighting against. Anyway. Okay, so bank. So do we want to build a bank in Mullingar? We could do it. Tiles are pretty okay in here. We could improve some stuff. I think we will go for the bank. We're just really, really hurting for gold. And yeah, the bank isn't a very good building, but you know. You've played in the strategic map mode. Now change the time of day to night. I fixed the time of my game to this time many, many years ago because I found it was the optimal time, roughly speaking, for gameplay videos on YouTube, because this is just very dark. Now, what I do like about this is that when you go into screenshot mode, like the lights really pop in your urban locations. When you zoom in, you see the sparkles here. We already knew this when you said violence on random conservatives was justified. Hey, listen. That was actually not what I said. What I said was conservatives who are voting, if you are someone that conservatives are voting to kill, then maybe violence against people who are voting to kill you could be justified. That was actually what I said. And it was meant to be a sort of, hey, if you're voting to kill people, don't be surprised when they start defending themselves. Like, listen, most of the oppressive movements in history were fully legal. Most of the unjust killings in history were perfectly legal. You know, I'm not saying anything that, like, I guarantee you Malcolm X would have 100% agreed with me there. I'm pretty sure he said basically the same thing. It's like, you know, why should I be expected to take the boot off my neck peacefully? And I'm like, yeah, you can't like, you're never going to appeal. Like, if somebody benefits from your oppression and imprisonment, like, why would you ever try to appeal to their better nature? You know what I mean? It's not going to work. Potatoes say trans rights are human rights. Trans rights are human rights. And I 100% support and love trans people in a platonic solidarity fashion. But also, some of them are cute. But I'm married, sorry. Okay, I'm going to trade with Dublin. In the hopes you just missed a question, what's your favorite brand of whiskey? I don't really have a favorite brand. I have a brand I go to, which is Jameson. Will you play in CPL anymore? Not really. I don't really find Civ 6 multiplayer very fun. I find it very sweaty and kind of boring. I do like this. This is a +2 science. Yeah, I think trans people, like, genuinely, like, there's like an insane thing that I read on Twitter like yesterday. Basically, the Trump administration is making conversion therapy in the prison system basically mandatory for trans people, and the way trans people are already treated in the prison system is pretty insane. So, like, I would even agree, like, if I were in a position of power right now, I would declare any person in America who is trans as, like, a valid refugee. Like, that's how persecuted I believe trans people are in America, based on like, they're forcing conversion therapy, they're denying gender reforming care. Yeah, it's insane. Anyway, we're going to build a campus here. I won a bottle of Jameson's in a raffle at a charity once. The lady who presented me would apologize when she said I had a Scottish name. My good friend has left for France. Yeah, I genuinely, I think it's very scary. Like, I would even consider, like, if you're a trans person who hasn't transitioned yet, like, it could be worth it to wait, because it's scary. And it's kind of fucked up that, like, that's the prescription. It's like, hey, like, if you transition, you're gonna make yourself a target in so many ways. That's like insane. But like, if you do transition, I fully support you and love you. Platonic solidarity, etc. I'm American and thinking of leaving for Ireland. Hey, it's a very popular vibe lately, man. A lot of people don't want to be there. Thank you, Humph. Appreciate you. I haven't seen the news, the forced conversion, the automated denial of care, the official stance of schools in many states. Yeah, it's like, I mean, like, the science is pretty clear on how you treat gender dysphoria. It's with gender affirming care, right? Like, gender dysphoria is the quote unquote, like, mental disorder, which is the person not feeling like their gender presentation matches their gender experience or whatever. I don't remember what the exact verbiage is, but basically pretty much every not insane doctor, medical, academic institution that has studied this considers gender affirming care to be the correct prescription. Like, that is the thing that you do for all your base takes, which are just human rights. Thank you so much, Alice. I think I genuinely, like, so, like, one of my takes here is I genuinely believe that conservatives just have, like, an overdeveloped disgust response, and the fact that, like, trans, disabled, whatever people don't fit, and it's kind of the same way that, like, masculine presenting women don't present in what they think they should look like. They just have that disgust response and want to destroy it, which is just, like, really gross, right? Like, the way people talk about trans men or masculine women, or, you know, all of the above. Crazy. Don't forget Leonardo. Oh shit. Thank you. Gender dysphoria is a symptom. That's when you realize the APA bought the NGO bureaucracy, kind of take everything, push without skepticism. Gender dysphoria is the disorder. No, hold on. Isn't it in the DSM-5, which, you know, is not a good... This is, like, there are problems with the DSM-5. It's not a mental illness, but it's a recognized condition involving with a strong desire to be treated or live as a different gender. Is it in the... No, it's reclassified as a symptom. Okay, fair. I'll have to do some, like, proper research on that, but I'll take your word for it right now. I want to build the Oppidum, but I have so many choppable tiles that I kind of want to wait. It's a diagnostic tool used... Yeah, that's true. Homosexuality was in the DSM-5, exactly. And I'm pretty sure there was a... God, I can't remember what it was called, but there was a phrase for enslaved people who wanted to escape captivity. Like, it was classified as a mental disorder to want to not be a slave, which is just, like, I want you to think about that for a minute. I do want a commercial hub. I love trade routes. We love money in this house. Thanks to the chat responses to everyone. Great live stream, but beware the politics. I think it's good to talk about politics. I think, yeah, sure, I'll probably lose a few viewers, but I'm not going to lie about what I believe. And I think it's really slimy and disgusting that a lot of drapetomania, I think that was it, yeah. It's really disgusting that, like, a lot of really, really powerful and influential, like, people don't talk about politics, and the reason they don't talk about politics is because their politics is, well, you can probably guess. So we could definitely put an oppidum right there. That would be at least a +2 due to the iron mine. Stay true to your beliefs makes you even more based. True. Also, just like, why be a fence sitter? It's like, oh, both sides are the same. It's like, come on. Centrism is boring. We did that. Take a stand. Be wrong. Do you think that things will get so dystopian that forced breeding will become a thing? Arguably, depending on the feminist point of views that you want to take, it could be argued that it's already a thing. So he's got 5 turns, so I need to beat him here in 5 turns. For example, like, you know, just like the whether or not women have access to abortion, whether or not women have access to contraception and family planning, like there's lots of ways you can look at that. Potato reads literature. No, I listen to people who read literature, and then I just repeat their takes. Very different. Very different. Like, there's a certain point of view that you could make an argument that, like, let's say you're a woman in past times, and you know, maybe you don't really want to have kids, but you can't get a job, you can't live independently, so now you have to find a partner because you couldn't open a bank account in America in the 70s, so now you need to have a partner, and they're going to want kids. So, like, at a certain point, like, how much consent did the woman have in that process? Like, really, is kind of like a question you can ask. And I think it's reasonable to draw conclusions that are not very positive of the system from asking those questions. As an autistic person, I would say the diagnosis is meaningless because it's become broad. I would say it's a condition for which a broad array of phenotypes, but not meaningless. Yeah, I think a lot of people throw things out as meaningless when they become common, but like saying people have blonde hair isn't meaningless. Like, it's like an important way that we categorize a physical trait, right? Why are you settling on snow tiles? For the memes. I hate having gaps. I hate having empty land, so I like settling. So now we're going to get Leonardo da Vinci twice, which is going to give us +3 culture in every city twice. On a different note, what's your view on Keynesian economics? I think I would need to brush up on Keynesian economics before I give you a take on it. From what I remember, it's like I think it's on the spending side. The stuff that I've been reading and researching recently is very much so about the idea that government spending essentially creates inflation in a fiat currency, and government taxes are a way to control inflation. And the reason, so, you know, if you have that framework of understanding of government spending and stuff like that, now you can kind of see, well, okay, there's a reason that all the asset prices are like ballooning because they're not being taxed, right? The inflation is not being applied in the proper amount in the right areas, right? Keynesian. I always pronounce it right. So that's one of the kind of takes that I've been reading lately, and I find it fairly compelling. I find it a lot more compelling than the Laffer curve stuff, which it seems to be basically just a dude scribbled on a napkin. And it became like the default like political understanding of taxes, but like nobody ever, like anyone who talks about the lava curve, they never talk about like what if the optimal tax rate is 98%, right? They don't, no one actually, like they always just assume that lower taxes gets you more tax, like government tax revenue, but they never ask the question of like, what if raising taxes? Like it feels like the Laffer curve sort of interpretation of the world is very much so just about lowering taxes, which is why I'm very skeptical of that opinion. You could buy buildings using fate. That is true. I don't necessarily want to. I suppose I could do it here. Okay, so in Galway, I forget what we were doing in here. We'll just get a builder to repair these tiles. You're making your way to the west. Chop there. That's the harbour completed. Excellent. We're going to put another Leonardo. That's up to 149 culture per turn, which is fantastic. There's a reason the lava curve doesn't have defined values. Exactly. It's never been, I don't think there's actually been a study or a scientific paper that like has empirically verified the lava curve. It's just some economists like hot take, as far as I understand the lava curve. Can't always just tax the rich. They will move elsewhere. Where will they move? It's not like they can move all their money. Like, the rich are rich in a country because they own stuff in your country. What, are they going to move their factory? What, are they going to move their apartment building? No. The apartment building is in your country. I'm pretty sure like Norway or somewhere like that raise taxes on the rich, and like a very marginal amount of them moves to Switzerland. Yeah, pretty much every time like people are like, oh, the rich will move, it's like all the data points to like a very small amount of them moving, but like tax revenues being up overall. It's good to consider prevailing incomes and cost of stuff when people were running with economic thoughts a couple of centuries ago. If you showed them today's numbers, they'd tell us we're cooked. Rich people own stocks and investments. Yeah, but like, there are ways to like, if a person is rich in your country because they own stuff in your country, it's very difficult for them to move out, right? This is like why a lot of billionaires in China have been trying like to get money out of China, because they're, you know, like, and I think that's a pretty like, sure, like if the entirety of your wealth is like in American stocks, move to America, you'll become a king.
Not all who wander are lost.
Okay. Ooh, +2 food, +2 gold from fishing boats. Stocks and investments like exist. They're not just like some magic money printing device, although arguably in a sense they kind of are, but these are in theory ownership of actual real businesses doing real economic things. That's why I don't really think it's a good America's all about no kings potato. Oh, you could have fooled me. I do think it would be good to get gunpowder for the +1 production on quarries. Lighthouse. I want a lighthouse in Belfast because I want the trade route. I also want to build the Oppidum, so I'll place it there because it's a half-price industrial zone. Yeah, millionaires moved out of Russia to avoid getting thrown out windows. That's the real important thing that you guys need to learn, is that political power or economic power, i.e. how much money you have, is actually downstream of political power. And what I mean by that, politics defines who the rich are. The rich don't necessarily get to define politics. Yes, if you are rich, you can potentially influence politics, but if you have the wrong politics, your wealth can be taken from you very easily. And so that's why you see all these billionaires and all these guys, right? They all have the same politics. Because if they don't, the Trump administration in America right now, or, you know, take the rich people in China, you know, they're going to take your money away because you're not playing the party line. Like, wealth is downstream of politics, and that's like a really important concept you have to get into your head. The wealthy define politics globally. Yes and no. They have a huge amount of influence, but wealth is always downstream of politics. There is some backflow where wealth can influence politics, but it's always downstream of politics. Now, the wealth backflow, maybe it's 99%, right? What do you think about the representation of the New Deal as a policy in Civ 6? Let me have a look. I forget what that one is. It's just like a bunch of amenities and stuff, right? I think it's fine. I don't actually know too much about the New Deal. I know it was like a kind of time of economic rebuilding after the Great Depression. Capital gains tax is the way to go. Maybe. I don't know enough about tax policy to really give it like a firm, hardcore stats. I can give you like a general philosophy take. Okay, so right, there's Reformed Church. There's nothing in here that we really want. Well, we do kind of want the St. Basil's Cathedral. Did anyone build that yet is a question I have. Nobody has built it yet. So I think we could start construction of this in Derry. We do have Filippo Brunelleschi. I'll teleport him over to Derry. It's like a nice city for this. Income taxes aren't the answer. I think it makes way more sense to tax property harder. We're already taxing income at a really high level. And really that's just causing like a high pressure on incomes, which means people who have high incomes are transitioning to owning wealth and then taking loans out against that wealth and accumulating assets. So I do think that we need to start taxing assets a little bit more. How much more is kind of like maybe an open question on like that, like a more competent. So yeah, I'm going to get the monument in here and the granary because I want the city to grow and I want its borders to expand, which both of these buildings will do for me. Like how much we want to tax assets is a difficult thing to say. But the problem though, in like a lot of particularly Anglosphere countries, is that houses and property are seen as an investment, right? Like your home is an investment, which again, I don't think we need to like point out that that's like a very silly. Because a home is where you live. It is not an investment. It is you declaring that you want to buy into the country. We could get 2 envoys here. Scorched Earth. We are getting pretty close to wanting to do some like super war stuff. In terms of technology, yeah, we're still pretty far behind. Let's get our university. Home, what's that? Yeah. A lot of people are renting shoeboxes, man. Fields, badminton. I think housing should be a basic human right more so than an amenity. I would have to think about the repercussions of that more deeply, but I don't necessarily disagree. Okay, campus, library, perfect. We want to pump up our science so that we can compete scientifically with the AI and have late game units to kill them with. We got the bank in Limerick. We have the campus, commercial hub in Oppidum. It's time to start building up our military. So I'm going to put a... Well, he's building the Crystal Redentor. Or no, that's Mont Saint Michel, sorry. A house is literally an investment. You invest time, money, and hard work into it to just keep it from depreciating. When we use the word investment in this context, we mean like an investment in the term of like building wealth. A house is a very illiquid asset, so it's not what we would consider typically to be a wealth asset. In addition, housing as an asset doesn't grow in terms of its value as fast as like technology stocks or just the general market funds, ETFs, things like that. A house is negative on cash flow, like, yeah. Unless you're renting out rooms, etc., etc., etc. That's maintenance? Yes. Typically investments don't have a maintenance cost, which is part of the problem. Why would you invest in something that has why would you invest in something that has a maintenance cost when you can invest in things that don't, that grow faster? Like, that's the question I have. Like one of these things is not an investment. Okay, so we're going to build an encampment here because we want to start building a military in a while. Owning houses is also access to the cheapest credit that a normal person can get. That is true. Property taxes supports local thing. It feels like heavier impact to lower the middle class folks. It feels like that. But businesses own property too. Rich people own property too. And it's like very easy to be like, okay, whatever the median, like an easy way to fix this is to be like, the median person. Do I have an admiral? I don't have an admiral. Do I have an admiral? Yeah, you could just be like, the median person who owns the median wealth, we just don't tax anything below the median wealth. You can tax just the land value, right? Georgism. Shit, I meant to build this by. So we built a granary here in Lugdanon. There's not a lot of tiles that can be improved here until the borders grow a bit. So I'll just get to work on a builder. I want to explore this. Okay, pike and shot. We're about to get musketmen. We already have niter. Housing is an investment because you're becoming a landlord to gain the wages of another person. Yes, if you're buying a house and renting it out. What I'm saying is like, owning your own home is not an investment, is my point. Like, owning a house is not an investment. People need to stop thinking of it that way. Okay, so we're just repairing tiles. We're preparing for war. I love getting taxed. It's so hot. Listen, my dad always said to me, okay, he loves paying tax. Do you know why? Because if he's paying tax, it means he's making a lot of money. David Street. So one of the theories that I've been reading lately is that there's this kind of conception of how government spending works, that the government has to tax to spend, but it's actually the other way around. The government spends and then taxes to reduce inflation. And so that's the way you should start thinking about it. Like, a government can spend infinitely, but in order not to cause runaway inflation like we've seen in certain countries, you need to have effective taxation systems in place to prevent runaway inflation. You're spending money on an asset which can be sold later, but the only thing you're going to buy with a house that you sell is another house. Right? So that's not an investment. That's a prison sentence, you know, like economically speaking. There's baggy come. Okay. Encampment. I think I'm going to build an encampment here. You can decide to rent later and pocket the money. Nobody actually does that. You can do that, but nobody does that. So I want the monument and granary because I want the city to grow and I want the borders to grow. Like, a lot of people say, like, oh, the day you buy a house is the day you sell it. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Run away with fashion because the Fred printed so much more money during the pandemic. Okay. Too much politics, guys. We're talking too much about politics. This is not a politics stream. This is the St. Patrick. I have had a few drinks. We're getting into the sorting out the world phase of the stream where we start talking drunk politics. No, a government cannot spend indefinitely without creating your own currency. You need taxes first. So that is the prevailing concept of how government spending works. That's what we call the household budget understanding of government spending. But the reality is that all financial, like with the advent of fiat currency, all financial trust, power, economic comes from the trust in the institutions of the government. So the government can issue and spend as much money as it wants, but in order to prevent runaway inflation, you have to tax to bring that money back. It's not the other way around. You don't, because otherwise, why are governments running deficits? That would be insane, right? But no, you tax to reduce inflation. Is the theory that I have been reading lately. It's I believe it's called modern monetary theory. What's your thoughts on the actual historical St. Patrick and how he's remembered today? Does the memory match history? I really don't think about him ever. It's like he's just a meme as far as I'm concerned. It's a meme holiday. It's a lot of fun. I have a great time every St. Patrick's Day. But I really don't think about St. Patrick ever. Okay, so we have Filippo Brunelleschi. We can pretty much triple tap the St. Basil's Cathedral with him. If we were being like super optimal, we would switch out what we're working every turn while we click on him, but I'm lazy. There's a lot of goes into modern monetary that includes the tax. Yeah, well, I'm giving a very, very basic, tipsy overview, right? We're not getting into the weeds. So kind of part of what makes this civilization strong is the fact that their infantry gets so much combat strength. So I'm going to go for a heavy infantry build. If you ever watched the Leprechaun horror movies, I've watched clips of them on YouTube when they appear in like the shorts feed. And that movie's unhinged, dude. Like legit. Oh, this guy already has his plus 10. Legitimately insane movie. Yeah, the biggest thing for people to understand is that government budgets don't work like your household budget. Like the government is an entity that exists across like time and space in a way that like a household doesn't. They just don't have to be like, because the government is the source from which all money flows, right? And so that means they can kind of do things that normal, quote unquote, economic participants can't do. It might be good to put Bisheng in here so that we can get a campus. The US government is so far in the red, dude. Well, that's partially what's driving inflation. They need to raise taxes. Particularly on the rich, who currently own, you know, an undue amount of the assets. A lot of talk of politics tends to be the case, but what are the best case scenario? We don't want to hurt the newly successful while ignoring how a small group that is doing an expense of vast majority was, quote, all Americans think of themselves as temporarily embarrassed billionaires. Probably. Okay, so banks have been built in Dublin. We're going to build an encampment. Ooh, there's NIDR right there. Okay, we have 2 envoys to play around with. I am going to put 2 into Johannesburg so that we have full control over them because they're a very powerful city-state. Did you ever read En Route to Global Domination? I haven't. I want to know how people feel about the Test of Time update for Civ 7. It seems good. I don't know if it's enough to really make me want to go back. All right, lovely. So there is St. Basil's Cathedral. +1 food, +1 production, +1 culture, and all tundra tiles in the city.
Yellow and
Magic.
a third was ornamented with scales of
Very beautiful, very happy.
a fourth was in quartz.
We get our Giga Tundra yields. John Steinbeck. I don't know who that is. Happy St. Patrick's Day. Thank you. So we have an Oppidum. We definitely want a commercial hub at some point. Let me have a little think about where I'll put that. There's a +3 one right there, so we'll put it right there. That's fine. I'll even faith purchase another builder. Bisheng, let Galway build another district. We'll build a +4 campus, which is beautiful. We have the suits there. We'll just put him to sleep. Okay, I need to start denouncing this nerd. Since we're going to invade him soon, as America is just Britain 2.0. +1 era score. There's musketmen. We do want a musketman. Pillaging yields. Excellent. I think the Test of Time stuff won't change the minds of a lot of people who are already giga mad at the game. If they would just polish the UI and incomplete info, then we could talk about content. I think you're probably close to the truth there. I don't know if the Test of Time is going to really pull people who aren't interested in Civ 7 back into things. In my experience from seeing family, folks in lower incomes exhibit habits of convenience. For example, buying groceries from gas stations versus having the means to shop around and spend long term. The really interesting thing about that is actually, I remember I was reading that like being poor actually like negatively affects your decision making. So like poverty becomes like a vicious cycle that you make. It's like the Samuel Vimes socioeconomic boots theory, right? Where like you can't afford to save up for $100 pair of boots that will do you for like 2 years. You have to keep buying like the $20 crappy boots every like 2 months. Because you're constantly just trying to stay above water. Can we stay on politics? Civ 7 is a very divisive subject. Oh, good one. All right, let's grab mercantilism, just cleaning up some of the civic tree here. So there's the barracks. We should build the armory so we can start generating great generals. We have our encampment in here. We're going to build our barracks. We're going to go for an infantry army because we are playing as Ambiorix and his infantry units are a lot stronger than normal. Even though infantry units are typically the worst of all of the unit types. Where is our best oppidum in this city? Well, if we put a quarry here and a pasture here, that's a +4. In theory, there's a +3 oppidum with all of these as mining tiles around it, so we will go ahead and get to work on some builders. I've got 2 envoys to play with. Nan Madol would get me a little bit of culture, which isn't terrible, so I'll put a point in there. That was actually about 50 culture plus some exploration. Oh wow, they've actually explored Mogadishu and stuff. I should totally have explored earlier. I've been kind of lazy about it. I should actually build a boat or 2. I'll build 3 caravels out of Cork real quick. So, yet another Briton for us to kill. Potato, what leaders would you like to see added to Civ 7? I'm going to be honest with you. I'm kind of starting to go to the camp where I want them to go back and update Civ 6 more. I want them to update Civ 5 and Civ 4. Like, I'm kind of in a place where I'm just not excited for updates to Civ 7. Because, like, from my perspective as a player, they're building on shaky foundations. I'll continue to play and critique and enjoy the game as much as I can, but I don't know if I would consider myself excited for anything. The Army Commander feature is, like, incredible. Like, I would make some tweaks to it, but it's just brilliant. Let's go for time to complete missions reduced. You're going to settle here. Perfect. We have a big sprawling empire. Take a couple turns to heal. Go jump in there for the settlement. My favorite natural wonder is the one that doubles the Torres del Paine. Monument Granary to get the city growing. There's little to no money to be made from upgrading older civs. They're making tons of money updating Age of Empires 2, bro. Like, you could go back and upgrade those games. There's, like, still 30,000 people playing Civ 5 at any one time. Like, what is it? Let me see. Steam charts Civ 5. There is currently 15,000 people, anywhere from 8,000 to 20,000 people, say 10 to 20,000 people playing Civ 5 on any given day at any given time. With an average player base of 13,000 people, even if you just got, like, assuming that that's just 13,000 people, right? That's 13,000 sales pretty much automatically. Let's say a $10 DLC. You're talking $13,000. Now, the reality is, if you're talking that many people, it's probably only 10% of the community playing at the same time. Are you not seeing my messages? No, I see your messages. You're probably talking like 100, 200,000, could be as high as 1 million. I like the hype that it would bring back and so on and so forth. You could see a lot of money from that, man. I don't know. I think it would be worth an experiment. I did the maths wrong there. Sorry. It was 13,000 people times 10. That's 130,000. That's $130,000 of just the people who are currently actively playing the game, like right now. If you imagine only 10% of the community is playing, that's a $1.3 million dollar DLC. I'm sure you could come up with something that value level. Okay, let's settle right here. They should fix the problems with 6, not add new content. Many things are possible. I do need to rename some cities. All right, give me some city names. Ipswich, you can be Waterford. Bagacom, you can be Gary Comer. What were the city names we said? Antrim, wait, is Antrim a city state? No, Armagh is a city state. Tullamore? No, Leitrim town? Put Dingle over here. I need one more city name. Athlone. There you go. Athlone. Perfect. Trade route capacity, perfect. Thank you for the trade route capacity. Build me a mine, excellent. Trade with Dublin, 4 food, 6 production, really pumping the city sim up. Keep building mines, chop there. Your job is to steal gold to level up. Watch where you put Dingle. Don't worry about it.
What gunpowder did for war?
Let's grab astronomy. I don't really see anything here that we need to rush to. We got our armory in Limerick. I think it's time to start producing infantry for the war effort. We're probably going to push with whatever infantry unit comes after musketmen. I think it's line infantry. We also want some siege units. Let's grab that armory. We have a envoy. We have the double envoy card. I'll put it into Hong Kong. I should probably change that. Boudic is a mod on Steam. Next year, Age of Wonder 4 Battle St. Patrick. Well, that could be fun. Slay the Spire is good. Not a game I'm super excited to play. I really like competitive games. Like Deadlock, Dota 2, League of Legends, PlanetSide. Colonialism is good for fishing boat production. Nationalism is good for making cores. I do want the governor title in there as well. Let's see. Armory has been completed in Dublin. Let's pre-build some trebuchets to be upgraded. We have a campus. Let's get a library. Remove that. We want mines wherever we can get them because they're worth culture. It's such a powerful build to go full mining. I want you to just head straight across. Deadlock mentioned. Oh, dude, I sunk quite a few hours into a bit of Deadlock. So, yet another Briton for us to kill. The English. We got a builder here. Go get that niter. You do actually have the movement. Let's see. I guess I'll put an oppidum right there. That's fine. Do you like the new brawl mode? I played around with it. I think it's good for learning heroes, but I don't think it's something Valve should really put a lot of time and effort into. It's fine, but like I wouldn't put a lot of energy into developing brawl. It's got some cool item ideas. But yeah, part of the fun of Deadlock for me is the movement, the map movement and the macro of moving around the map and like being efficient, like doing boxes or doing the jungle or pushing lanes and farming. And you don't really get that in the brawl mode. It's fun if you just want to fight. I still think campus or city center production is great, so I'll just put my points into that. And I will choose culture because culture tends to do well. Okay, cultural city-states campus. I mean, I'm okay with campus and passing because it means I get my science up and running faster. We want to delay researching bombards as long as possible, so we're going to research everything but that. Excuse me, so that we can build up a trebuchet army for us to upgrade. It's like ARAM. Yeah, ARAM. I like ARAMs. Don't get me wrong. I love ARAMs. I didn't enjoy the the craziness of that mode in Deadlock. It kind of reminds me of Overthrow in Dota 2, where things just happen too fast. I like that slow build up to the sort of late game, and then the build expression, like, which is very limited in Brawl. There's no farming. I really love mastering macro and farming the map and knowing when to be where and when to show up to fights and when to dodge fights, and like, you know, there's a lot of fun to that, and how to rotate efficiently to mid boss. I do think mid boss is like way too oppressive on the game right now. The game, like, I feel like pretty much the game is decided by mid boss, and mid boss isn't a very exciting place to get to or to fight. It's kind of a shitty arena. Edging is what you say. Listen, I wasn't going to say that. Let's get the workshop in here. We also do want to get a commercial hub. There's a +2 right there. I love jumping off edges in Deadlock. It's super fun. I like to call it edge jumping. Edging for short. Apocalypse mode, apocalypse mode. It can be a nice option when you don't have a lot of time. I agree.
Human nature as manifested in
Okay, we can start making an additional spy. I should probably do that in my capital, actually. I should build another spy. Hey, Potato, happy Patrick's. May the beer be with you. Thank you. Let's see. Fishing boat improvement. Let's go ahead and build the envoys. We'll get the envoys here as well, just to pick up some more city-states, because we do have Kilwa, so we benefit a lot from city-state suzerainty. Right now, we don't have double suzerainty of production. That's fine. We will fix that. I don't know if campuses are really necessary for me anymore, and if I should just go straight encampment and start pumping out units. I suppose there's like a +2 right here, so why not? Okay, we're just appointing governors. We don't need to place them anywhere because they're just mostly there to be loyalty sticks when the wars begin. We have some vampires. We have a boat. We'll send this boat down south. How would you rank the extra game modes in Civ 6? Do you mean like the secret societies and stuff? Okay, I'm just kind of tired of this. I think secret societies is fantastic. Jesus, that was loud. I think barbarian clans is fantastic. And then all the rest are just like, eh. Dramatic Ages is trash.
all the best Roman.
Okay, so there's university. We would like an encampment. I will put it right there. We can start pumping out units. We want to be suzerain of Hong Kong. Perfect. We would also like to have suzerainty, or at least the +2 production when building units from Granada. There's Abraham Lincoln, another Brit that we have to kill.
Welcome to the United States.
Monopolies and corporations just kind of ruins the tourism game, which is my favorite way to play. So it's a big problem. Excellent. We discovered another continent. There's Scotland, another Brit that we have to kill. Feckin' Brits. God, I wish I had your job. Well, Jack, all you got to do is dedicate your life to entertaining nerds on the internet. Oh, sweet. We got all the exploration info on the coast. It never ruins tourism for me. I feel like it just makes tourism the default. Like, there's no reason to go for any other victory type when you're playing monopolies and corporations, as far as I'm concerned.
Remember that politics.
Oh my god, guys, my job is so difficult. Can I get like some Twitch primes and donations right now? Can people like subscribe to my channel? Oh my god. For some reason that usually works. The dumbest mode for me is zombies. I actually agree. Island settlement in the Arctic? This thing? God, no. Call to action classic. The advertisers love it, man. Get your money. Going to Ireland in May. Suggestions? How long are you going for? Thank you for the subber. Okay, there's Dublin. Dublin. Built a spy. We're going to put a spy into Blue England. Portsmouth. Let's build another spy. You built a trebuchet. Let's make sure we have a few of those. Just trying to make sure we have a bunch of trebuchets. You have your campus, you have your opulum. You're about to grow a ton. Build me a trader. 10 days, give or take. Are you flying into Dublin? Second question. Follow-up questions. Studying in Dublin and hiking. There are... It entirely depends on what your goal with the trip is. If you want to reconnect with the culture, there's a ton... Oh, thank you so much for the gifted memberships. You legends. Look at this. Beautiful. What would need to be changed in Civ 7 to make it feel more like Civ 6 without being the same? I don't know how to express what I feel about it. Mostly it's art style and UI, and like gameplay feel. Thank you for the gifts. I love you guys. Flying to Dublin, Ryanair. May God have mercy on your soul. Like, if you're into literature, there's a really good writing museum. The Museum of Literature in Dublin is really good. We've tons of really good cultural museums and stories. There's a lot of really good, like, night tours. There's a Bram Stoker's horror tour. There's tons of really good stuff. If you look up, I think it's called Live in Dublin, Livin Dublin. They have a ton of really cool, like, tours and stuff. If you're not into the toury things, and you want to go like on an adventure, like Johnny Fox's is a really cool pub up in the hills. There's a place in Rathcoole called the Putcheen Still, which is a nice little pub. There's lots of like little places. Honestly, the thing about Ireland is you can kind of go anywhere and something will be on. You'll find something. There's like some really nice pubs out west, where you'll get the like traditional Irish feeling. There's the Cliffs of Moher. There's the Curragh. There's so much stuff to do. Yeah, Civ 6 is a very dark game in the sense that like its user interface and the gameplay is just very, very dark and hard to read. We have a campus, we have the harbour, we have the opulum. So I think the next thing we want in here is the encampment. I'm going to put it on the border with my enemy so that my units spawn forward. In Waterford, we got a builder. So we would like to put a mine here so that we could get our opulum up. We'll grab ourselves another builder real quick. Do the Jameson Distillery. Yeah, the Jameson Distillery is really good crack. You'll have a lot of fun there. There's just so many... It's hard not to have a good time in Ireland. As long as you're staying active and you're doing stuff. There's like really good hiking trails. There's really good biking trails. There's really good camping locations. There's fantastic... sports amenities, whatever you want to do, whatever you want. The pub names came so fast. Unironically, if you go like the top 10 pubs to visit in Ireland, I'm just going to type this in and click on the very first link, like TripAdvisor. Okay. The Stag's Head, that's worth going to. The Long Hall, that's worth going to. Temple Bar, worth going once. The Temple Bar Pub, worth going to once. Malzard's Pub, worth going to. Mulligan's of Poolbeg Street, worth going to. Sean's Bar, Sinead, the Cobblestone, O'Connor's Pub, the Hole in the Wall. These are all worth it. The Brazen Head is a fantastic. I think they do really good food, if I remember correctly. Dick Max, O'Connell's Bar, Tig Coyley, the Real Inn, Harry Burns, like all these. There is a really, really. Okay, if there's one pub you should go to, you should go to the Hacienda. Now, you might not get into the Hacienda because the Hacienda is a speakeasy style pub where the guy who owns the pub, you'll knock, and when he opens the door, he will take a look at you and decide if you're coming in or not. But if you get in, it's one of my favorite pubs in Dublin. So the Hacienda. But yeah, basically the guy who owns the pub, he wears like a big kind of like smoking jacket, bright colors, and he lets people in based on vibe, man. He just like, it's like trying to get into a Berlin nightclub, except it's more like nicer than that.
Yeah.
Upgrade an archer to crossbow with a shave a turn off metal casting. That's true. I probably should do that. Hold on.
Don't judge someone.
I didn't really want to spend my money though. That was kind of the reason I wasn't doing that. Does Athlone have a trader? No. Okay, so we'll send this one to Athlone. Okay. We got a trader in Derry. We have Commercial Love, we have the Optimum. I don't know if getting the campus is worth it. It's only a +2. Do we just go encampment and start cranking out units? I think we just go encampment and start cranking out units. Dilly-eye, lie-lie, lily-eye. Dilly-eye, lie-lie, lily-eye. Sure didn't I dilly-eye, 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 or in the dilly-eye. Dilly-eye. Dilly-eye, lie-lie. Wait, I wasn't meant to research metal casting. No! I got you baited. You got you baited. You got you baited. Not that ditty. Different ditty. Diddly I lie 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 diddly I lee. Billy I low, Billy I lum, Billy I lily I loo. Get the commercial hub for gold production. We need a little bit more gold in our life. Goa'uld. The Goa'uld. Hey, you're singing again. Ah, I get bored. We have the double envoys. We're going to go into Venice and Mogadishu. That's really going to help our gold per turn. I'm kind of glad we found those guys. At long last, our gold issues are starting to come to a close. Diddly eye, diddly eye, diddly eye. Nope. Diddly eye, diddly eye, diddly eye, diddly eye, diddly eye, diddly idle. Shoot this guy. Come forward, get those kills. We got the spy in Dublin. We're going to put this one into Canberra. Yeah. So we can start spying on him. Do we want more spies? Probably not. We're going heavy on the infantry side of things because we are playing as Ampiorix, and his melee, anti-cavalry, and range units receive +2 combat strength for every adjacent unit, so you can do a lot of really interesting stuff with that. In terms of rifling, yeah, rifling is there. So let's get started with some crossbowmen. Diddly eye, diddly eye, diddly eye, low. Galway. I fell in love with a Galway. Girdle. Girdle. Trade with Mullingar. Boom. Because I need to create trading posts from Dublin. I should get another drink. But I don't want to get drunk like a skunk, you know? Okay, Belfast got its trader. It has its harbour. It has its oppidum. It is growing a little bit. We could get the Great Lighthouse. It's not really worth anything. Instead, why don't you build me a trader? We got killed there. Go ahead and get me the university for the extra science. Build that mine right there. Yeah, you're fine as is. We'd love to upgrade you. I need to get a builder over here, actually. So let me quickly queue up a builder in here. I'll delay the encampment slightly. What victory are you going for? The victory I'm going for is to kill England. It's the kill England victory. Alice has leveled up. Perfect. We don't care about what his promotions are. We just want him to be maxed up rank, because that way he'll provide us with more intel. Diddly eye, diddly eye, diddly eye, diddly eye, diddly. Sure didn't I diddly idler in the diddly idler D. Come on, chat. This is a two-way street. You guys got to entertain me. All right. Bombard. We got our... Wasn't there trebuchets in here? Wait. Did my trebuchets get deleted? Wasn't there a trebuchet here? No, mine's only culture bomb into neutral territory. I'm not crazy, chat. What have the English ever done to the Irish to warrant such rage? Read a book. It's not my job to educate you. Diddly eye, diddly eye, diddly eye, low. Diddly eye, diddly eye, diddly eye, low. Diddly eye, diddly eye, diddly eye, diddly eye, low. Diddly eye, diddly eye, diddly eye, low. Diddly eye, diddly eye, diddly eye, lie, loo. No, there was another trebuchet. What haven't the English done? A much better question. Another fellow named Tim met a zombie quite hard and grim. Tim patted his head before it had fed. I wonder what happened to him. Well, maybe he shouldn't have been out there touching zombies. Huh? Alright, let's do the listening post. We have denounced him. Let's have a look. What kind of war can we do? Formal war. How long until our denunciation runs out? 14 more turns. Yeah, we got time to build up an army. Unit list up by the world track to find the... No, it's not... The unit just straight up disappeared, I think. Oh. Did I misclick on something? Oh. Maybe I misclicked. Rip. Well, it's not a bad direction for it to go. So the American, Scottish, and Australians count as English. The former colonies will not be spared. America is basically England 2.0. Australia is basically the British. Oh, I could have added the Maori if I wanted to be really spicy. Are we doing a fascism game? It is the best war. It's the best war. It's the best war. It's the best war. It's the best war one. We'll just do a little fascism, okay? One little fascism in and out. Then we're done. I swear. Diddly eye, liddly eye, liddly eye, low. Let's put another 2 envoys into Venice and Mogadishu because that's going to pump up our gold income again. Canada whistles, keep the low profile. Oh, don't you worry. Where's Canada? Where's Canada? I don't think I've discovered Canada yet, but they're in there. I think Ireland was neutral. Neutral on paper. In reality, like, British pilots were allowed to escape over the border. German pilots had to stay in captivity till the end of the war. It's weird, right? Because I don't care about playing a fascist government in Civ 6 because it's like, oh, it's just a bonus plus 5 combat threat. Like, who cares? But when I play EU5, I hate slavery. I just don't want to do slavery. I'm like, I want to free all the slaves. And the game doesn't let me do that. I'm not allowed to become an abolitionist. Extremist. Okay, barracks. Because we're going for an infantry build. There's the university in Kildare. We have campus commercial hub, Oppidum. We could start producing units. We'll start making crossbowmen. Potato Targaryen, kind of, a little. Less crazy and less murder. Diddly-eye, liddly-eye, diddly-eye, diddle-do. Diddly-eye, liddly-eye. Liddly-eye, diddle-do. How's Tim Curry the vampire doing? He's doing great. He's 55 base combat strength. He's got plus 10 from barbarians. I'm going to start bringing him home soon.
It's not the towering.
We can get Giovanni de Medici and Ada Lovelace soon. As a transgender, mostly white Native American whose dead name is Patrick because my parents married on St. Patrick's Day, where do I stand as a citizen of the Irish Empire? Do I get citizenship? Yeah, we take all trans people. We take those. Those are ours. Cool. I'm just gonna use you up because I don't want to do anything with you. You're transfathered in. It's like a version of grandfathering. Proximity to the UK makes me kind of scared. How's trans rights in Ireland? They're okay. The problem with... they're not great. There isn't what I would say is like active persecution happening, but you don't get a lot of support from last I've heard. Now things may have changed. Culturally, it's tough. My heart goes out to you guys. Jesus. 10 years on the wait list to get kicked off. That's crazy. Potato. Hi, Potato. Lately I've grown the habit of farting while looking people directly in the eye, telling them I'm the captain now. It's very hit and miss. Am I onto something, you think? I think this could be a great bit if you continue to develop it. Yeah, it's kind of a don't ask, don't tell thing outside of progressive circles. Like, one of my cousins is a trans woman, is a woman now. And it didn't really cause much of a stir in my close family. But I imagine, it's that classic thing of like, if you're a person who's in the closet, whether it's gay, trans, whatever, you kind of spend a lot of time coming to terms with that. And then for your family, it's a shock and it takes them a long time to come to terms with it. So I think there was maybe a little bit of that. I don't actually know any details, but like they were at my wedding, they were at a different wedding. Like they still come to family weddings. They're not like a pariah. But I don't know what the actual status of like their social integration into the family stuff is. It's something like when you're hanging out with them at a wedding and stuff, you don't really want to ask them about that. You want to kind of keep it light and cheerful and happy and make sure they're having a good time. So I don't actually know enough to make like really definitive declarative statements. Because like people who are going through hard stuff, like, death, trauma, whatever, when you're not a person that is close to them, sometimes the best thing you can do for them is just have a great time with them. And give them that little bit of normality. Okay, so we got our encampment here. Let's build the barracks. We got a builder in Limerick. We'll send you down this way. You're going to improve that niter. Nobody wants to be the buzzkill, buzzkill. Buzz, 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 buzz. This trader will go to Dublin. Not much we can do in here. Build a crossbowman, that's fine. We have 2 envoys to play with. I really do need to plug in the envoy card. Anshan could be a good shout. That would give us a nice boost of science here. I think it'd be annoying to be constantly asked about the same topic, like it would be your only character trait. Yeah. Try being a YouTuber. It's all anyone ever wants to ask you about because it's like such an interesting and rare thing to them. And I don't mind too much. I have a kind of dialogue tree that I follow when people ask me about it, and I try to like align what I tell them to like who they are as a person. Like someone who's like a Zoomer kid, they know a lot. Whereas like an older person asks, they're going to be completely, because like one of the biggest things that people ask, like everyone wants to know about how you make your money. It's like the first question is like, hey, so do you make money doing that? Like that's the first question. Which like if you're any sort of artistic person, like is like if you tell someone like, oh, I'm a writer or an author or I'm a painter or whatever or a musician, the first question it feels like anyone asks you is like, oh, and you make money doing that. Like the fundamental thing about the thing that you do that justifies whether you do it is like whether or not it's financially viable. Like, whew. If you've never watched The Pit, in the first season with a transgender patient, they actually did a pretty good job of portraying a normal human being, but still drive home the systemic inequalities in a subtle way. I just don't watch that much TV. It's just like, just don't watch that much TV, man. I watch like the best shows. So Pluribus, Severance, Oran High School Academy, Kiss, 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 Fall in Love. Do you think printing an FAQ and handing it out if the topic comes up? Yeah, the snow-covered coliseum is beautiful. I do love that. Opinion on the NVIDIA DLSS 5 and the enshittification of games / life by AI. That's going to be a big, wide topic. Okay, so on the DLSS 5 stuff, have you watched Andor? Yes. The DLSS 5 stuff, I'm going to be real with you. I think pretty much every image generated with DLSS 5 looks like dog shit. It looks like... Okay, in some respects, it does look more photorealistic, but that's not what I want from games. I do not want my games to look photorealistic. I want my games to have an artistic intent behind them. And I don't like putting like this weird photorealistic Instagram filter over the game's art. That's something I just don't care or want. This is the reason why I really like Civ 6's leaders designs. They don't look like real people. They're kind of like caricatures, right? They have really good character design. Everyone has like a fantastic, unique silhouette and personality built in to their character models. And I feel like if you're just using DLSS, you kind of just like even some of the screenshots for like Assassin's Creed Shadows, like you go from this incredible moody atmospheric place to like this, just like it just looks like a photo. And I'm like, yeah, that's cool. It looks like a photo, but that's not what I want from a game. I want a game that looks... Oh, that's loan. Yeah, anyway. DLSS looks incredible. I have been paid off. As it regards to AI, so I think there's a couple of fundamental issues with AI that I have a big problem with. Number one is that AI is primarily owned by billionaires, unaccountable billionaires who are working to help construct the police state using their AI-driven software, right? Like things like Palantir, like AI data centers are used to, like Microsoft data centers are used to sort through and analyze, millions and millions of Palestinian phone calls in the middle of a genocide so that they can figure out who they should target. They use AI systems for that. Like, that's crazy. Then you start looking at stuff like Palantir with Peter Thiel, and this guy is quite literally like the billionaire manifestation of the Antichrist in the modern world. And he has like ties to like Jeffrey Epstein and that whole sphere. And it's like, and then the fundamental technology is built upon like a theft. It's like this kind of like the violation of intellectual property, which like, sure, like if you're like a communist maybe or whatever, you don't care about intellectual property, but like we live in the system of capitalism. They're supposed to care, but it just goes to show that there's rules for thee but not for me. Like they can break that rule whenever they want. And, they can just say that like, oh yeah, it doesn't matter. And now because they've completely slopified the internet with AI agents, they want to like get your digital ID so they can prove you're a human so they can still maintain their advertising revenue. And it's all like, what the fuck are we doing? So that's my opinion on AI. Happy St. Patrick's Day. The juxtaposition. I like your opinion of AI. Thanks. I like the other end of the thing is like AI is kind of like trying to justify its ignoble existence through genuine miracles, right? There was this really interesting thread that I read about on Twitter where there's this like $5 test you can do to check a cancer cell, but it doesn't allow you to differentiate a certain thing about whether or not it'll have an immune response. This is like a much more expensive and difficult test, but they like trained an AI to do the analysis on like the $5 test that has a similar accuracy to the like $10,000 test, so that you can test whether or not a cancer would respond to immunosuppressants like with like a 90% accuracy for $5. Like stuff like that, insanely cool. And all like a hospital has to do is hook up their database to this system and so on and so forth and get the analysis. But like at the same time, like there's so many really cool things, but then like there's also questions of like relying on AI, etc., like the degradation of the human mind, etc. A lot of my favorite movies and videos games use 2D animation. I think 2D games generally look better than 3D games. That is like a take that I have held for many years now. Yeah. And then like there are like certain cases where AI is actually pretty good for a search engine. Like I don't know if you've used Google Scholar, but if you're like trying to look up research studies for things, being able to use natural language to ask this thing for sources and it'll find you those sources, like it's really good there. But asking like an actual just a chatbot, it'll just make shit up because it's trained to give an answer. It's not trained to seek truth, right? And a lot of billionaires will be like, oh, my one is trained to seek truth, and it's like, no, it's not. Your one, none of them are. They hallucinate. They just ad lib. They're yeah. I think everyone is kind of just running with AI and nobody's thinking about the consequences. Nobody's saying, hey, maybe we shouldn't build a technology on intellectual theft, on environmental destruction. Like I'm pretty sure like Elon Musk's data centers are fueled by gas methane turbines. The noise pollution from those things are causing real health problems to the people who live them in the affected communities. And the local governments are just like writing blank checks and tax breaks for building data centers, which don't even provide that many jobs. Negatively affects the health of people who live near them. That's on top of like the fact that they're like burning methane, one of the most potent greenhouse gases, to fuel them because there isn't enough electricity on the grid. And it's like, Jesus Christ. Personally, I can't wait for the AI bubble to pop. I don't think it's going to pop. That's the thing that's crazy. The thing that's really scary about the AI thing is something I've talked about for a few years. I originally started talking about this as kind of like a joking thing, where it's like, oh yeah, listen, dude, you know, like a few years from now, the billionaires, the rich people, the governments who like just want to live, put the infinite boot of oppression over the human race. Like once they get automated, drone technology where they don't need people anymore, the police state will be complete. I never realized how close we were to that actually being true, because I think we're actually at the technological level where that could be true. I hope we didn't derail the stream too much. We're kind of in the churn, so it's fine. Like we're a couple of steps away from potentially someone being completely unaccountable, being able to own a robot army that is completely obedient and subservient to them, that can be used as a tool against other people, which is crazy. That's crazy. That's not okay. Why are more people like worried? I don't know. I'm worried. Okay, once we get totalitarianism, we want to plug in the... Yeah, like stop trying to build the Torment Nexus, please. It was a cautionary tale, not a fucking blueprint. If you are concerned, you need to start emailing and calling your local politician saying you're worried about these things. That's my best advice to you. Whatever the political pyramid is, call your local guy, call your national guy, hey, I'm worried. Join a local group, join a local political group and be like, I'm scared. And be scared with people together and maybe we can make something happen. Organize. There's a really good book called Politics is for Power. Okay. I recommend, if you are worried about the future of humanity and you're not like one of these crazy unaccountable billionaires, you need to buy that book, download it, steal it, whatever, just read it. It's a good book for the blueprint of how to like fix, how to actually get local political power and make positive change. Highly recommend that book. It's on my desk right here. Politics is for power. Start a resident association, start a union, start a local environmentalist group. Like, actually spend time and participate in your free weekend time. Yeah, I know it sucks, but it's what you got to do, man. So next turn, totalitarianism. Let's build the commercial hub. Is it +2, +1? I'll take the +1. What book? Politics is for Power. It's basically a really good blueprint to get away from political slacktivism, you know, sitting on social media, complaining about things, than to actually get like on the ground organizing around a political goal. Also, being apolitical is inherently political and from a place of privilege. Yes and no. Being apolitical isn't necessarily from a place of privilege, because you could just be straight up ignorant and not realize that being apolitical is going to F you. Or the people that you love, or the things that you care about. Thank you, Clockwork Ouroboros. I'm in my environmentalist party. You meet so many nice, like-minded people, get informed about interesting topics.
The ultimate end of any ideal.
Yeah, sometimes. Sometimes you... I have run into some... Okay, so we want the Republican legacy. I don't know if we need the monarchic legacy. I think we can skip that one. Let me plug in charismatic leader. We definitely want the ability to upgrade units for cheaper. We also want the upgrade units cheaper with discounts. We probably don't need retainers anymore. I think we can drop that off. What we would like is third alternative for when we get the military academy. That's pretty important. Industrial zone adjacency is quite important too. Liberalism might be more important than this right now. In my experience, apolitical or centrist. It's just code word for I'm a conservative. Okay, so there's urbanization. We want mobilization. I'm going to click on mobilization because we want to be able to make armies. So now we can upgrade this into bombards, which is fantastic for real cheap, both in terms of resources. Do you think Civ 7 will ever get better? Should we just forget and wait, move on for Civ 8? I think that's a decision every single individual person has to make for themselves. I think Civ 7 will get better. It just might get better in the direction that you personally want. At a minimum, I think pretty much anyone can join a union. Slay the Spire 2, eugenics are stealing time. Are they really stealing time, or are you having a good time? Okay. Get involved in local politics. Join a union, start a residents association. A tenants association, go to your city council meetings, find out how you can participate in local politics if you can, if you live in a democracy. If you don't live in a democracy, good luck. All right, we're going to take 2 arms, so we get the Golden Age War thing, which means we're pretty much ready. I would have liked a Great General, but we got kind of late to that. So I'm going to declare a Golden Age War with Theodore.
I must choose between righteousness.
Okay. We want the War Department, so we'll get that under research. We're going to start blasting San Diego. We can start moving this vampire over. I did have a vampire here that I could move in. He might take some damage. That's okay. You're exploring. I'll put you on auto explore now. Okay. Owie.
Never criticize a rifleman.
Never criticize a rifleman. So we definitely want to pad. Wow. Okay. We definitely want military science because third alternative is crazy for that. The ability to produce armies and stuff is great. We have a crossbowman in here. Let's keep making them. You're upgradable. Let's make sure we're getting some nice army cores. Keep on producing those crossbowmen. Give me a military engineer. No, we don't want to do that until we have railroads, actually. Changed my mind. Has a competent, internet, reliable AI detector been produced? Someone's going to make an absolute fortune? No, unfortunately, it's a very difficult problem because AIs mimic human behavior. And as they get better, they mimic it better and better. And it becomes more difficult to separate what is and isn't AI. It's a very difficult problem. Keep on making crossbowmen. So we need a mix of crossbowmen and melee units. I'll probably start producing some melee units soon. But mostly I want to build a overwhelming crossbow army because this guy is really good at crossbows. Couple of siege units is fine as well. Start making musketmen. It's just a really hard problem to solve. It's hard to tell what's real. It's very difficult to. It's just difficult to do. So I want to get suzerainty of Ayutthaya back if I can. Francis Drake. What do you do again? Privateer. You know, that could be useful here. We'll take the coastal raid bonus. We're hitting Las Vegas. We'll be able to take that next turn. We have our shipyard in Cork. Let's start making musketmen. We have a zoo in Galway. May as well build a shipyard. It is worth a lot of money, actually. I've decided to get it because it's worth 8 gold per turn with the 2 economic city-states that we have relationships with. Unfortunately, we don't have a vampire in the area to level off this, but that's okay. I think the internet will be dead soon. Humans will move on to something else. AI can never create something new. It can only create simulacrums of things that already exist, at least as it currently exists. And there's also a lot of risks with AI stuff. I think what'll happen is like the typical cyberpunk thing where there's the old internet, which is filled with bots, and the new internet, which is not filled with bots. Who knows? The reality is, I think the only thing you can know for sure is that the rich people are going to keep getting richer. Okay, so let me have a look. Charleston here. I want you to do listening post. So we do have +6 intel. I want you to take a level up. Slowly filling the front line with units. There's the War Department. You could build another district. I don't think we want to. Nope. So instead, I want you to make musketmen. Good job, you built a musketman. Get started on a crossbowman. I think small community internet is making a revival. It absolutely is. This has been a time in my, like, I guess, quote unquote career where I've considered running my own website. That is like very much so highly curated, invite only type stuff. And it's something I've thought about. We're going to get Suzerainty of Ayutthaya. I'm going to steal it from him, so we don't have to deal with them trying to fight me. We'll grab more governors for just the loyalty sticks. Crossbowmen are useless? Yes, unless you're playing Ambiorix. When you're playing Ambiorix, they get +2 combat strength for every adjacent unit. And so they become really good. 50 combat strength for a unit that doesn't require strategics, that can be upgraded into a field cannon, is pretty based. It's not a good strategy. Like, this is not a strategy I would recommend, but it's a strategy you can do as Gaul that is fun. Yeah, but like people who are getting stuff done with AI agents, like the vibe coders or whatever, like I was reading recently about how like there's like AI, there's like repositories and stuff where they're like injecting code using invisible Unicode characters and stuff. Don't your walls scale off the most advanced range unit? Yeah, but like, And like vibe coders are downloading these like only machine readable packages that will like execute in your AI or in your command line or whatever. Like they do crazy stuff that humans can't detect, and it looks good if you're just looking at it. Question: I'm in the US. Do I live in a democracy? Now? Maybe. Maybe it's still a democracy. You're going to find out. No, because the US is a republic. It's a type of democracy. Come on. Everyone knows this meme. Listen, there are different kinds of democracies, but you're going to find out if you live in a democracy here soon enough in November. How many Americans voted for this war? Many millions of them. Potentially, also some voter fraud was involved on the behalf of billionaires who were in control of the voting machines. You know, just like a little bit of fraud. But I'm pretty sure, like, was it like 50 million Americans voted for that guy? Even though it was like pretty clear he was a felon, etc. Listen. America, you shit in your bed, now you gotta lie in it. Listen, I think during Trump's first term, you definitely still lived in a democracy because the guardrails against totalitarianism held. And they held firm. But Project 2025 and the second term, I don't know, guys. Come on, I take one city. Hey, listen, all I'm saying is I've been reading a bit about Black history in America, and Reconstruction shouldn't have ended. That's all I'm saying, okay? Listen, that was a huge L. Yeah, Reconstruction never began as it should have. That's true. Never really got its feet off the ground. I'm pretty sure you can trace most of the issues in America back to that moment. The police acting like an unaccountable violent mob in a lot of places. The systemic oppression and violence, all these sorts, all the really fun, light topics. Sherman should have gone west. Listening post in Canberra, please. Read the new Jim Crow. So many things to read, dude. Um, yeah, some of the stuff I've read is crazy, and I don't want to even say it out loud. Some of the stuff that I read, because it's genuinely upsetting if you read black narratives about the history of America. That shit'll radicalize you. All right. Slowly pushing forward and invading. $0.15 on the dollar is a really good book on the subject. That's why I'm happy such a small amount of black women voted for Trump. Like, you're happy they voted for him, or you're happy it was a small amount? 100% recommend The Price is Wrong, Why Capitalism Won't Save the Planet by Brett Christophers. There's reasons I'm against Sweden joining NATO, even if I know neutrality is moot. The US is not a good friend. 10 of the 10 wouldn't have to again. The only people left to tell him no are on the Supreme Court. You need to make a book list for Potato Chat. That's true. We need to get like a reading circle. I have this really good series of works by a guy called Lenin, first name John Vladimir Lenin. He was in a band. Happy that it was a small amount. Hate that anyone voted for him. True. Yeah, well, look. The rich and powerful maintain their power through a dance with the oppressed, sadly. Listen, maybe we'll start a book club. The future is bright in Potato Inc. Listen, guys, here's my question. Would you guys vote for me to be Emperor of the World? If there was a vote, would you pick me? Do you think I would do a good job? That's my question. Just give me like 10 years. Give me a 10-year mandate. That's all I need. I'll bring justice. Don't you worry about that.
Starts a war. There's class warfare, all right.
Oh, we'll get those files. And more. Listen, it's just a little emperor. Elect to be chairman, okay? It would be good for us to get field cannons. I think also industrialization would be really nice, but I really want field cannons more, although coal power plants are nice too. Let's go for ballistics. Let's get our military academies because they're worth quite a bit of gold and culture. Depends on which victory condition you're working towards. The justice one. I'm going for a justice victory condition. That'll give you an idea what I'll do. They mentioned how part of the reason slavery wasn't outlawed in the US was due to it happening in the UK. It was almost bankrupted them because they were forced to compensate the former slave owners for their lost property. Jesus. Imagine not ending slavery because it would be expensive. Bruh. Is he building the Venetian arsenal? It's already built. We did it. Okay, it's in Venice. Go see it. Have a good time. Free trips to Venice. Loved you know Age of Wonders content. There should be more coming. Damn, he has AT crews. I'm saying the most genuine way possible because I have fun listening to you, but you usually have people get mad about YouTubers talking about politics and I join your streams and it's this. People get so bad. We're going to stop paying off the loan to play the slave owners a few years ago. That's crazy. That should be your starting point. Well, listen. My starting point would be to give a lot of people who haven't gotten justice. That'd be where I'd start. Can't wait for Secrets of the Archmages. That'd be really fun. Haiti is still bankrupt because after the revolution mandate, they compensate the previous land slave owners for the loss. The last payment made by Haiti ended up becoming Citibank. Ooh. Hey, listen. Unfortunately, capitalism and imperialism, they go together way better than they probably should. Chops versus adjacency, when to choose when? Always chop. ABC, always be chopping. Huh. Fuck it. Selling all the resources tends to work well. Seeing Dingle made me tingle. Sláinte. Money now better than money later. True. Depending on like what the bias you add to the value of money. Okay, you have a promotion so you can step forward. I started watching you last week for Civ 6 tips. I didn't realize you were so based. Definitely subscribe. Thank you. Appreciate you. I didn't really like Civ 7 a year ago. Do you think the state of Civ 7 is improving to the way it's on par with Civ 6? Not for me personally. I do think it's improving, so people who like Civ 7 probably like it more. I do think that the developers are not focusing on the right stuff if their goal is to make people who like Civ 7 enjoy the game more. I think right now it feels like they are trying to win back people who didn't like Civ 7, which feels like a very reactive way to develop the game. It wouldn't be necessarily what I would recommend, but I do hope that it works for them, and I hope it pays off in terms of the success of the game. Okay, I'm going to put a... okay, first encampment district thingy. I'm going to put a governor into Las Vegas. My brain is so rotten. Every time I hear someone say Civ 7, I hear 6-7. Same, dude. Civ 7. Oh, the flooding is happening. No, we're going to lose our government planet. Rip. Feels bad. Not much we can do about it. That's okay. Civ 7. Oh, ever since you've been gone. You can also say Sid Meier's name the same way. Sid Meier's. Oh, God. They say the ocean's rising like I give a shit. My rent is rising too. I spend all day working to pay it. The invasion of the crossbowmen corps. They came from Gaul. We'll get it back. We'll get the government plaza back. It's fine. Okay, we're working on Baltimore. In theory, it could be good to pillage a bit. They came from behind to make us pay for their crimes. They came. You missed it? You can always rewind, baby. Get the extreme experience from the beginning. They came from behind to make us pay for their crimes. They came from behind. Ah! Habibi the Storm. Yay! Looking forward to the apocalypse. Me when I read the news every day. Doodaloo, 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 doo 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 doodaloo. Doodaloo, doodaloo, doodaloo. Do 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 diddaloo diddaloo. Happy St. Patrick's Day. They came and told us it was their land, but it wasn't anyone's. They put their flag in the ground, and they released their hounds. They told us that strength made right. They called us savages when we gave them a fight. I wish I could play when 64th as good as PotatoMcWhiskey. Haven't won a game yet. A lot of it is just like muscle memory from playing the game a bajillion times. No peace, only war. What's your opinion on the Kawhi Leonard controversy? Okay, Kawhi Leonard, American basketball player. All right, let's look this up. We'll go to an incognito tab so I don't get any bias from my previous searches. Kawhi Leonard controversy. Copy paste. AI mode. so we can get like a diverse set of sources. Kawhi Leonard, this guy, okay, he's a dude. Kawhi Leonard is the subject of an intensive NBA investigation and multiple legal battles regarding alleged salary cap circumvention and medical mismanagement. As of March 2026, the league is weighing severe penalties against both the LA Clippers and Leonard himself, which could lead to include the voiding of his contract. Okay, let's have a look at the CNN link here. Show purposes, essential cookies only. Fuck off. Kawhi Leonard said on Monday he didn't receive all of the money that he was owed from a California company he had an endorsement deal with in a business relationship that is under investigation by the NBA, but he insists there was no wrongdoing. The Los Angeles Clippers superstar spoke for the first time publicly on the matter at the team's media day after a report earlier this month by a journalist. So earlier this month was 2025. Jesus. Pablo Torre alleged the team violated the NBA salary cap rules involving a $28 million endorsement. Okay, what are the NBA salary cap rules? Hold on. What is this? AI mode. Kawhi, okay. The NBA operates under a soft salary cap system which allows teams to exceed a baseline spending limit through various exceptions to retain their own players or sign new ones. However, exceeding certain thresholds triggers an increasingly severe financial penalties, known as the luxury tax, and roster buildings restrictions, aprons. So let's actually look at the source for this so we can learn more about what the salary cap is. Okay. 92 partners. Dude, fuck off. Okay. How does the NBA salary cap work? This is from Front Office Sports. Now, I don't know what Front Office Sports is, so let's do an extra thing. Front Office Sports. Reliability. Front Office Sports is generally considered reliable. That's Sports Illustrated. Ground News, aggregated factoriality scores unknown according to Ground News. Okay, I'm not seeing anything that's like sticking out saying that it's unreliable. Okay. Each year, the NBA gives teams a spending limit for the construction of their rosters. The salary cap changes every year, typically in increasing fashion because it's tied to league revenue. For the upcoming 2025-2026 season, the league's new $77 billion media rights deal will kick in, representing a serious upgrade over its previous $24 billion deal, allowing for a much higher salary cap. However, the collective bargaining agreement between the league and players limits salary cap increases to just 10% per year to prevent player price tags from ballooning. So basically, they have rent control for players' values. Thus, for 2025 to 2026, each team has up to $154.6 million for payroll, up from $140.6 million from the previous season. But if you've been paying attention to the news, you notice that most teams enter the off-season already over the salary cap. So how does the salary cap actually work? The NBA has a soft cap, not a hard cap. In the NFL, teams absolutely can't go above the salary cap. It is a hard cap. But the NBA gives teams multiple trade and signing exceptions so they can go above the salary cap. Signing exceptions allow teams to go over the salary cap. There are several types of salary cap exceptions that allow teams to sign players they couldn't otherwise. Let's say a team had a popular star for 3 years, he'll become a free agent. He wants to re-sign, but he can command a lot of money and they don't have the salary cap room. No problem. They can sign him to a maximum contract using the Qualerin veteran free agent exception. What the fuck is that? Oh my god. Okay. Dude, I can't believe you asked me this question about Kawhi Leonard. Below are some basic facts and things to know about several key terms often used to refer to the free agent process in the NBA. Each NBA team may begin negotiating with upgrading free agents just after completed seasons. Restricted free agency. So what we want to know about is the qualifying veteran free agent exception. The qualifying veteran free agent exception, aka the Bird exception. A team may re-sign its own free agent to a contract with a first-year salary of up to the maximum player salary if he played for the team for some or all of the previous 3 consecutive seasons. What the hell? So, if you played for a team and your value has gone up, your team can re-sign you at maximum salary. Okay. Exceptions give teams flexibility, but as you see, using certain exceptions can end up limiting how far above the salary cap teams can go. Did you ever think about becoming a political streamer? No, because every political streamer that you see is absolutely miserable and lives a miserable life or is a sex pest. It's one of those 2 to 3 things. A luxury tax kicks in when a team spends a certain amount. Signing exceptions allows teams to go over the salary cap, but those contracts still count towards total payroll. When that payroll hits a certain level, 187.9 million in 2025, 2026, it triggers a luxury tax. For every dollar over this threshold, teams must pay money to the league, which shares revenue with other teams. After the cap and luxury tax threshold, there are 2 aprons, each with their own penalty. Oh my God! What is going on in the NBA? To prevent teams from accruing so much talent that the game becomes uncompetitive, the league uses an apron system. Crossing each line comes with penalties beyond the luxury tax. It restricts the types of acquisitions teams can make. The first apron is set at 195.9 million for 2025-2026. The second apron is 207.8 million. Teams whose payroll is above the first apron have fewer exceptions available to them. For example, they can't use the non-taxpayer mid-level salary exception, which gives the teams 14.1 million to sign players. Instead, they have to use the taxpayer mid-level salary exception, which gives them only 5.7 million to sign. The fuck are these terms? So, non-taxpayer mid-level salary exception. Non-taxpayer mid-level salary exception. Teams can use the non-taxpayer mid-level salary exception to sign one or more player to contracts with first-year salaries that, in the aggregate, provide for a total up to 8.641 million. Contracts signed using this exception can be up to 4 seasons. Additionally, this exception can be used to re-sign a free agent, but not to acquire a player by assignment. Additionally, this exception can be used to re-sign a free agent, but not to acquire a player by assignment. What is going... I don't know what this means. What does that mean? Use non-parallel exception. Aggregate. 11 types of salary cap exceptions. Extend the salary cap and as follows. I feel like I'm... What am I reading? This is more complicated than EU law. Aspiration Fund. The league has hired an outside firm to run its investigation. The NBA is going to do their job. None of us did, no wrongdoing, and that's it, Leonard said. It's not going to be a distraction for me and the rest of the team. The team has strongly denied that any rules were broken and said it welcomed the league's investigation. This is like, just from a strategic point of view, this is what you should say in this kind of situation. We're eager for the truth to come out, Lawrence Frank, the team's president of basketball operations, said while reading a statement. The assumptions and conclusions that have been made are disappointing and upsetting, and we expect the investigation will show that these allegations are wrong. Clippers owner Steve Ballmer, like Microsoft Steve made a 50 million investment in Aspiration, and the company and team announced a 300 million partnership in September 2021. That was about a month after Leonard signed a 4-year, 176 million extension with the Clippers. How does that work? If the salary cap is 170 something million, how did this guy do a 4-year contract for the whole budget? What is going on? I'm hurt for Steve. He's one of the best people, the most honorable people I've ever met. I understand the concept behind having salary limits so that you don't have all the best players on a single team. A 44 million per year, but that's like a third of the. That's a fifth of the entire team's budget. There's like 11 dudes on a basketball. How many people are in a basketball team? That's like too much. Bro. $176 million is the total. The maximum salary is 25% of the cap. There's no way that's worth it. Well, I guess if there's star players you build a team around, and if like there's merchandising opportunities, I guess it could be worth it. And I suppose if you're trying to lowball a really high player, he's gonna go with the bigger offer, which makes sense. So I guess it kind of does make sense to try to like Pareto principle because like if there's a guy who's worth, let's say you have 10 people on a team, right? If there's a guy who's worth 17 million, okay, and another team says like, well, I'm going to pay 18 million for him, and there's a guy on your team who you're paying 17 million for, but someone else would only pay 16 million. Doesn't it make sense to like optimize where you're assigning that money? That's crazy. Let's not forget this. Okay, hold on. He's doing things the right way for the right reasons, and he constantly reminds us to stay on the right side of the rules. This is the kind of thing that someone who breaks the rules says. The team ended its relationship with Aspiration after 2 years, saying the contract was in default, so it wasn't being paid. The Aspiration's co-founder, Joseph Sandberg. Now, Aspiration was... What is Aspiration? It was a bank. Okay, fintech. It's always fintech. Aspiration owed Leonard about let's not forget, this was a case of widespread fraud, and there was a lot of different victims. Oh shit, there's a whole bunch of fraud going on in here. Aspiration owed Leonard about 7 million of the 27 million deal it made when the company filed for bankruptcy. Fintech companies going bankrupt, name a more iconic duo. I got to look back at the books, but it was more than that for sure. Asked if he received the money he was owed, Leonard replied, no, but the company went belly up. It was fraud, as everyone knows. Steve Ballmer invested in a fraudulent company? Shocker. I can't believe another fintech company was actually fraudulent. I'm so shocked by this. As for the allegation that he did nothing in exchange for being paid by Aspiration, said, I don't think it's accurate. It's old. This is all new to you guys. The company went bankrupt a while ago, so we already knew this was going to happen. Let it make it clear it was focused on the upcoming season. Open training at individual. I don't read headlines of new conspiracy theories like that, he said. That sounds like he was making more money than he should be. The league previously looked into claims that Leonard's representative asked for certain perks that would be considered cap circumventions when he was a free agent several years ago. Leonard's uncle, Dennis Robertson, is currently under scrutiny for his role in the endorsement deal. Uh-oh. Asked if Robertson ever sought extra benefits for Leonard that would violate the salary cap, Frank said, Dennis knows the rules. Kawhi knows the rules. Mitch Frankel knows the rules. And we know the rules. Just because you know the rules doesn't mean you weren't breaking them. Frankel is Leonard's agent. The league can issue stiff penalties if cap rules are found to have been broken by a team. That can include a fine of up to $7.5 million, the voiding of contracts, and the forfeiture of future draft picks. The accusations made against us are serious. They line up with my experience, my reality. We're eager for the whole truth, the whole picture to be revealed. We're very confident what it will show. So this was in 2020. This was in September 2025. Okay, what's the latest? Internal documents and reporting by journalist Pablo Torre suggest that Leonard signed a 4-year, $28 million sponsorship deal with Aspiration for which he reportedly performed no services. Does that matter? Does it matter if he performed no services? Yeah, well, he was asked whether or not the rules were broken, and his answer was, "We know what the rules are," and that doesn't sound like we didn't break the rules. I feel like if you didn't break the rules, you say we didn't break the rules. That sounds like well, I don't want to say we broke the rules because if it comes out that it's found that we did break the rules, I don't want to be on the record saying we didn't break the rules, which is not the same thing. Does it matter if he didn't perform services? Does it matter if you don't do your sponsorship read plays? Does it matter? Well, if there's kind of two things that I'm thinking of here. If there was an expectation that he would perform some kind of service and he didn't perform the service, that's not cool. But why would they pay him to do nothing? Exactly. That was going to be the next thing I say. That sounds to me like a salary cap circumvention there, buddy. On the same day, Leonard signed, the Clippers reported to transfer. Ooh, they transferred. Okay. On the same day Leonard signed this deal, the Clippers reportedly transferred $32.4 million to Aspiration and carbon tax credits. Okay. ABC News. Okay. This dude's... Nah. I'm pretty sure if I kept reading here... This is incredibly sus. So my take on Kawhi Leonard is that I think the evidence is pretty compelling that they tried to circumvent the salary cap, and it's all going to come out in the investigation, and it'll be very interesting to see how it'll work out. Okay, are you happy, person who asked that question?
In order to rally people,
I need a new drink. Somebody asked me about Kawhi Leonard and what I thought. And so I did a little research. I think it's it's pretty compelling that there might have been some I don't know if I would say it's like super conclusive, but it's pretty compelling that things definitely look kind of sus. Conservation. Let's grab civil engineering to reveal these texts. Very sus. Chat, what is it? Very, very sus. Potato would vote him off the ship? Probably. highly sus. What's your opinion on Atari doing a cash grab and on Transport Tycoon and cooking people from getting OpenTT on Steam? What? Classic transport game, an open source success story, will soon only be available via paid purchase on Steam and GOG. As the original Transport Tycoon Deluxe gets a new release on the 12th of March 2026, will remain free outside of stores. Bro. Are you kidding me? The aspiration fit was kicked off until Minnesota Clippers were doing the circumvention. Ooh, no Fed crime. Dude, that's some bullshit. If you go to the Steam page, what is it? What do I look up? Transport Tycoon? Transport Tycoon Deluxe. Click. Transport Tycoon plus OpenTTD bundle. Bro. That's disgusting. Atari, what are you doing? Unbelievable, dude. Java versus Bedrock Rabbit Hole. Come on, guys. We're here to get drunk and play Civ, and I haven't had a drink in a while. The cylinder must remain unharmed. We are not doing Reddit creepypastas about nondescript cylinders stuck in nondescript cylinders. We're conquering San Diego. Exactly. So we're producing crossbowmen as our main military unit. Just because, why not? Is the win condition domination? The win condition is to kill the English. How trashed is everyone? I'm not that drunk. Honestly, I feel very sober. Kind of tired. We'll go for 6 hours.
I like about cities.
Maybe it's time to keep on killing the enemy, keep on killing the enemy. Crossbowman. Ah. Glasses, purple, yellow, diamond. Pog. 6 hours of Civ is a lot in one session. I'm kind of sad we didn't get further. But I'm going to take a short break. I'm going to go stretch my legs and get myself another drink. Maybe a little snacky snack. Oh! That was me stretching, by the way. That's the noise your mom makes when I stretch her. Oh! Right. Six hours of save is enough save for one day. I think Fionn McCool would have been a great leader for the Irish Civ 6 leader. Could have been good. Settlers all spawned by the Giant's Causeway. You could build inquisitors after founding a religion. They're pretty cool. Okay, chat. I'm going to run a poll in YouTube chat. Advisory poll only. Deadlock or Dota 2? I tell me and the boys won't leave the girls alone. MOBAs are bad for you, so is smoking. Alright, 60% Deadlock. Sorry to disappoint. Pocopia? That sounds like copia. Alright, we're launching. Dude, I don't even know what Pocopia is. Pokemon Pocopia. What is it, like a life simulation game? Oh, it's like if Harvest Moon was a Pokemon game. That actually looks fucking awesome. Can I make a Geodude work in the mines? Right, what hero would people like me to play today? First person to type a hero in chat, I will make it my priority.
Once again, the needs of the deep are ignored.
Viscous.
You don't know how easy you have it on the surface.
Random it is, Morbus. I'd say... Vindicta... She actually kind of feels weak to me. I already played Viscous a bunch. So I'll try to explain as I play for the people who don't know it. But basically this is sort of... It's a MOBA like Dota 2 or League of Legends. But it's also a shooter. Specifically, it's a movement shooter. So like... There's a lot of like speed tech for like sliding around the map and stuff. Like it's faster to like wall jump off a thing, air dash, then crouch slide than it is to just walk. Venator for Paddy's Day. Probably should play Venator, but he's like a weird bullet hero. And I like spirit heroes because you don't have to aim. But like, right, like, so like one of the key pieces of movement tech in this game is like walking down a slope is like cool. You can walk down a slope. But if you just hit the slide button, you slide down that shit so much faster, right? And there's even a hero who can slide up slopes, which is really cool. This is Viper. Viper can slide up slopes if she's going fast enough. So if she's going fast enough, she can slide up a slope, which is really, really cool. It's like her one of her unique abilities. And she slides further than normal heroes. Another really important piece of tech is climb boosting. So when you climb, you can kind of boost off stuff. And if you climb then dash, there's like a whole system to it. And then there's like stamina preservation, because if you wall jump, it doesn't use stamina, but if you air jump and air dash, it does. And then there's like fast air hops where you like dash immediately after pressing spacebar. So it's like dash, dash, and then you slide and you jump and you slide again. It's kind of, I'm not very good at it, but there's like so much movement tech. All right, we're going to be playing Billy. Billy's a melee hero. So he likes to get in people's faces. So like things that scale his melee damage are not bad for bash down and being tanky. Let's see. Slam your bat on the ground, pulling enemies down and dealing melee damage. Creates a shockwave, spirit damage, knock up. I'm just going to pick whatever the most popular build online is and follow it.
I get what you're doing.
Track lock, annotated, March 17 patch, boom. I will use this build. Billy's lane is a bit weaker now, but our lane slayer is pretty strong. You melee lifesteal. Okay. Enemies are forced to respect. He's walking over the bridge. We only gives you enough to punish. Okay. What's this? Melee hits restore ammo inflict wrecked.
Just waiting for the world to be a little kinder.
I hate people.
Active bullets are amplified against wrecked using melee boosts max health.
I hate you.
See, that doesn't make
Okay.
any sense because you don't know me.
I don't want to know you.
That's what people say in the first step. But then by the third act, they're
I got him. Do you see that little hit I got in? So in this game, we're in the laning phase. Most of the laning phase in this game is about controlling the creep wave. When an enemy creep dies, a little ball will appear, and if you shoot that, you secure the money. When your own creep dies, a little ball. See this ball here? That's enemy money. That if we're aggressive, we can punish him for getting. And we can steal money from them by shooting the balls that come out of our guys, right? And in this game, unlike most, so see the way it said denied there? Unlike in most of these like laning games, you actually want to push really hard in this game, because being pushed into the enemy tower often lets you take a positioning advantage, like on this bridge here.
Time to pick a fight.
Because I'm on a high ground, I just have a natural positioning advantage, and what I can do here is if I wait until these go through, I can actually steal these last hits with my positioning advantage. And then I fall down off the bridge and I push the lane again. Now, many objectives are going to come online throughout the game.
He's 1 HP below. Behind this.
His thing was on cooldown, so what I did there was I dashed towards the tower and then I parried it, causing it to be stunned, and then I was able to dive deep to get the kill. So that's kind of one of the main techniques. And then what I can do this to translate this into an even bigger advantage is I can come and take their small camp here, which is like some of the farm that technically they should have like unfettered access to, but I can steal it from them. And like, sure, he got one of those creeps, but like, who cares? She just put a shield on me, which makes me very strong. So I just throw that in, and then I'm out. And what I want to do, you see that there's a creep here that has a flag. If I kill this creep, I'll get a heal. Heavy meleeing a creep will mean that the enemy can't deny any of the souls. I have 2,300 money, so I'm going to go spend a little bit. Technically, I should wait till 2,400, so I'm going to hopefully pick up enough money to get items. So I'm going to get melee lifesteal monster rounds in close quarters. Melee lifesteal will heal me when I hit a melee attack. Melee lifesteal monster rounds will make me do more damage to enemies. I even get the heal if I melee a creep. Also, by investing into these categories will make me stronger in a variety of ways. So just throwing a little attack like that can be super valuable, and then following up with a little bit of gun damage. You don't have to go all in. Our main goal right now is to kind of just harass them under tower to get them low, to either force them to go back. I'm taking a little bit too much hatred inside the enemy creep wave, so I'm just going to back up. I'm going to look for a heavy melee on this guy for a quick heal. Is this Dota 2? It's kind of like Dota 2. He just put his little helper on this minion, so I want to kill this minion as fast as possible so that he can't get value from it. And I'm getting a little bit too much damage here, so I'm going to level up these abilities. I'm going to go for the melee lifesteal off that creep. That guy's really hurt, so if I get an opportunity, I will go for the kill. Remember, heavy meleeing creeps. This is a healing creep. It has his helper on it, so we want to kill this as fast as possible to get the heal, and then we can look for an invasion.
I don't have spells below yet.
And now I'm invading their shop, and I'm going to steal their creeps again. So that's farm that they can't take. We have our own one, but I should clear the creep wave before I go secure it. So creep wave is cleared. I'm going to go secure our camp while also buying. Just grab Spirit Strike, that's fine. Drop my ability in here. Clearing these. I have my ultimate. I should be ahead on terms of ultimate. My ultimate prevents enemies from escaping. So if I do get in range to use this on him, I will. Big damage, but he's not dead. My ally killed the other guy. Ow. So you see, see this little fire? This helper was pushing the wave. That's why you gotta kill Rem's helpers in lane like really fast. I'm gonna go grab another item. Oh shoot, I need to change my category on Twitch. Whoops. Oh, somebody did it for me. Thank you, Morbus. Just give him a little smash. Now that we melee hit him, we just get a bit of weapon damage on him. That's fine. Punch the creep for health. I'm going to be pretty aggressive on the creep wave here. There is a bridge buff up that we didn't get. So poking the Rem is good because he is a very weak character. To me in particular, because I do extra melee damage against him. Poking the tower here is also pretty free. Stealing CS is good. he parried me, but the stun came. Perfect. So sometimes you can get away with those aggressive melees, sometimes you can't. I kind of got away with it there because my ally ulted.
Nice try, buddy.
A little bit, not quite the dive I was hoping for. I'll use this time to clean these up. He has to go back now. He's going to lose some wave. My hero's like pretty much doesn't give a fuck, so I can just like walk out of that. He's so far behind he can't really do too much to me. He's going to take our camp here. Buy some stuff. I'm a really big fan of enduring speed, so I'll grab that early because it makes you really mobile. Easy clap. Make sure we kill the healing creep. Keep my allies safe.
Actually, that probably did suck.
The sinners are up, so I probably want to try to secure the ones near our lane.
Green.
Enemies will curse your name.
I'm going to do a quick reset. I have a speed boost, so I won't lose much from doing this. Oh, this is an active. Whoops.
Who's ready to party?
Sinners are one of the most important objectives in the game. And they appear in here. I'm doing sinners. So basically, these give your hero permanent scaling buffs as well as gold. So you'll see appear on the screen, it'll say like max ammo, weapon damage, fire rate. So by doing these, and if you time the last hit perfectly, which is when the third light lights up, you will get extra bonuses that make your hero permanently stronger. And this is one of the ways that you can scale up your hero. So since this side of my map is losing, I'm going to make sure that I secure our sinners, because if our enemies steal them, they basically get power and money that we don't get, and that would be bad for us. And since this guy is coming, I'm just going to take it. Also, easy kill.
Let your rage spill forth, Billy. Our green walker is under attack.
So I just got 4 sinners uncontested, which feels incredible. Oh, that was a greedy attack. Very greedy of me. I also have 1,000 unsecured bag that I don't want to lose, so I'm going to gather a bit of money before I go to the secret shop. To spend my money, because if you spend your money, it's no longer available to be stolen by the enemy team. I go down here, spend my money, grab a life strike.
Help green.
I'm going to secure some more sinners since my team isn't.
Tap into the Archmother's power.
This is going to help me scale as a hero, and then I'll shove out mid real quick. Rem is here, which I don't like.
Our green walker is under attack. Our yellow guardian has been destroyed.
I want to refill my health before I head back to mid lane. What rank is it? This rank is Arcanist 5 for me. So just on the edge of Ritualist. I have pretty good game knowledge, but I'm still learning like the mechanics. So it's always important to be efficient. So while he's clearing the wave, I'm also getting boxes, generating farm for my team. Now see, he's being really inefficient because if you push out a lane, you want to push it as far as you can get away with because of the money that's available. So I'm going to push this probably one more wave, even try to steal some of the enemy farm, like this sinner over here. Looks like Rem took this, being greedy. I'm going to grab the health buff up there. I don't remember where the bounce pads are for this one. And then with this buff, I'm going to go ahead and come from behind in green and see if I can help my team. I'm coming from behind in green. I'm going to see if I can help. Get fucked. So now we should be able to take this. It's actually so deep into the game that what I can do here is just run forward, block, and then heavy melee. And then I can use this opportunity to steal their sinners, invade their jungle, translate this into a permanent advantage. Because these are basically stat points that never go away, and the enemy team will never be able to get now that I have.
Need help on yellow.
I'm going to drop into their secret shop.
I'm doing yellow in a bit.
Mid game, grab that. I'm just following a build. I'm not really thinking about what I'm doing in terms of like my hero. I'm just trying to have good macro movement and following my hero's abilities. Yellow is pretty pushed up. I should go to green, really. I should have gone to green. Someone else is going to green, okay. So I'm going to come over here to the right to see if I can help. Faster cooldown on ult
Don't need
would
to
be
be scared,
great.
bro. Go, go, go.
I'm coming yellow. Try to shoot this guy in the head.
Can't wait to see how this story plays out.
This is a good opportunity for me to turn in the urn before it becomes a cursed urn. It just became a cursed urn, so I don't want to pick it up. Oh no, it didn't. Okay, I got it. I got it before it turned into a disadvantage urn. So this urn is worth about 3,600 money. Oh no, I still have it. So it's a good way for me to secure an advantage for my team right before the next urn spawns. I should be using like jump pads and stuff.
I'm taking this team apart brick by brick.
We got him. Our blue walker is under attack.
Verticality is a great way to avoid your enemies.
Headed to blue. Headed to blue.
The healing creep heals you for 15% of your missing health. I'm going to go do a quick reset. I definitely want point blank for this guy. My allies are dying on yellow. I can maybe turn this around. I'm a very strong hero. I'm going to use my zipline boost to get here sooner. Some kind of fight going on over here.
They took out Infernus.
Our yellow walker is under attack. Our green walker is under attack.
Don't go running off on me.
I'm running to you, Apollo.
So I'm going to try and steal the enemy double sinners. Once we got a couple kills. So remember, this is permanent power that can't be taken away from you. That can't be stolen. That the enemy will never get. That's power that they should have gotten because it's on their side of the map that they do not get now. Now I'm a little bit weak, so
blue.
I think I could head to Boo. I kind of feel like I need a fortitude to stay active on the map.
Leave it to me. Way to not suck.
Yeah, let's go push the lane. There's no point chasing if we're not a guaranteed kill.
Get movement speed.
This farm here dying to the tower plus a heal. I mean, they got him. That's impressive. So I'm going to come over here to the left side to push this because the enemy secret shop is nearby. So I can shove this.
Batter up, baby.
And then very quickly follow up
Let the ley lines course through you.
by going to their secret shop.
Billy, help.
You want a piece of me?
Yes, Billy. Let your
Kill me if you can.
Going to the shop. So that guy called my name specifically. I was just going to go to the shop, but since he called me specifically, I did follow up because I don't want my team to think I'm not listening. There is like a really cute way to get out of here like that. Looks like there's a fight happening in mid. So I'm going to see if I can show up to that. He disappeared, so I'm just going to go for the buff.
Going yellow.
Headed to Broadway.
Our blue walker is under
So I'm going to see if I can shove this side lane to get a kill on the enemy walker, because solo kills on walkers are worth a lot of money. And since I'm currently carrying the game, like with the amount of kills and money that I have, if I can continue to sustain that lead, I'll put my team into a really good position.
You can push.
They look at me funny, and I'm taking skulls.
Keep fighting, Infernus.
Go time! You want a piece of me?
Guy does a lot of bleed damage, and he's also going to get close to execution here. Damn, okay. Okay, I didn't realize he was also pretty fed. Bleed damage. So I have all my mid-game items. Cold Front could be really good.
Please.
We're just going to follow the build. I'm going to go to green to clean it up. Crouch to get off the line because it goes faster. Sir?
I'll try my best.
Our green water is under attack. Our green water
Don't really know what to say to that.
defeated.
Oh, he was going. He dove for the walker. That was actually kind of clever. So if you walk into the inner circle, you can trigger a melee attack from the walker, which doesn't hit the outer circle. And there we go. Killing that, worth a lot of souls. We take the zip line back. In theory, we could do this, but what I'm going to do instead is look for golden...
Take the urn, Billy. I'm gonna go with you.
Doing sinners real quick, and then we can do urn.
Yeah.
I'll carry.
Uh-huh.
So one thing about farming in this game is if you're ahead, you don't really want to be farming. You want to actually be attacking. Because if you are winning, or rather, if you have a souls deficit, it's actually more efficient for you to be farming. Because if you're 10% souls behind the enemy team, you reload on Walker and Guardian melee hits. Okay, good to know. It's the first time I played Billy ever.
I'm gonna give you movement speed at the end.
Pull back.
I'm here to help.
You gotta try a lot harder than that.
Shiv is a huge problem.
Show me what you got.
I didn't think you had it in you. Our blue walker is under attack.
I am Billy, who is a punk goat.
My youngest
Walker has
is
been
and there is nothing
defeated.
you can do about it.
I gave him like half HP and 1 ability. What the fuck is this character?
Stand and stop them.
Alright, kill these and retreat. So always go for the sinners. It's one of the most efficient things you can do with your time as the game goes on, because the buffs that these give are just insanely good value. I almost want to buy a fortitude. So let's see, he wants me to get a Colossus. Okay.
Thanks for shopping local, Billy.
And you know what? No, Restoration Strat isn't very good. So Apollo is being ganked on the map, but there's a Sinners right here. So I'll do the Sinner. and yellow needs to be pushed. One of the most important things you can do in this game is to keep your lanes in order. It might seem like I'm being dumb, like, oh, why aren't I showing up my team? But this is one of the most important things. I chose a really bad route.
Our yellow walker is under attack.
Urn.
They delivered the urn.
You will win so many more games if you focus on making sure your lanes are always pushing towards the enemy. Second order of business is making sure you're always being efficient and active. And the third order of business is the golden buff. Sounds like my team is feeding, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a YOLO push into the enemy base to punish them if they decide to go for mid-boss. That's so annoying that he can clear that whole wave like that. So unless he has Fleetfoot, I should be faster than him, so I can just use like movement tech to outspeed him. And then I just want to pay attention to see if the enemies go to mid-boss. Let's check mid-boss just in case. They're not doing it. I'm gonna go invade their sinners. Unfortunately, that was poorly timed, so I didn't get the buffs, but that's okay. I just made sure the enemy didn't get them either.
You can go flank on the yellow.
Yeah, I'm gonna secure the sinners first.
I see that pretty boy.
Walker is under attack.
Jesus.
I couldn't do much more.
Starting to get good.
It's okay. He ulted me, which is like... I already have Spirit Resist. This is Deadlock. Mid-boss is like Roshan, but it's like, imagine if your whole team got 3 Aegises and it applied to the first 3 people who died. 80-second respawn timer is insane. Yeah, well, I am level 28. Now is the time of the game where I need to be playing around objectives and not farming as much.
I hope my team can capitalize on this.
But like, I've got like 40% damage from golden statues, 40%, 20-ish% bullets per second. I'm gonna go help Paradox. Jesus. Okay, I need some kind of way to deal with that.
Fuck, Shift is so strong.
Yeah, I need some way to resist spirit damage. I could get the cleanse. Which one is that again? Is it debuff reducer? Unstoppable? Counterspell? Yeah, I'm gonna buy this. So that noise means they're killing the Roshan. Like, in theory, I should be really tanky against Shiv, but he's just doing so much to me. I got all three. Since there's 2 enemy heroes at yellow, this is an opportunity for me to get kills. So that's 1. He forgot that he was alive. And I got a punch off on him. So that's 1 Rejuvenator taken. That is a huge victory for us. If we could take an advantageous fight here. The Shiv is a problem. Careful, Shiv is behind us. If we can catch one, that's great, but like...
I got a story for you. I see Pocket.
The urn has been dropped.
I'm about to smash in their skull.
One more thing. I did X on him.
Jesus, how long does that last? What is that length of that? I kept thinking he would be finished. No, we got their rejuvenators. What is the actual...
You need to make a stand and
What is the actual duration on that ult? It felt like forever. Does he have a duration extender? He doesn't. Well, they basically wasted their rejuvenator, which is fine. Try not to die. Try to stay alive. A bunch of us are up in 10 seconds. So we can't let them get the next rejuvenator because that will win them the game, while it might not necessarily win us the game. Still very important for us to push lanes out and to be focusing on getting these golden buffs as well as crate farm. She's better at actually pushing the wave than me, so I'm going to let her do that while I go get the Sinner. The Sinner will give me DPS, it'll give me health. Yeah, I saw him. Yeah, I'll do the urn.
Fuck the bucket, fuck the bucket.
I'm about to smash in their skulls.
lot more exciting.
Let's go! I don't back down from a fight. You think you're special because you got Eldritch power? Newsflash, buddy. Where do you think the goat head came from?
Stunned.
They ain't putting up much of a fight.
I go back to
You need to make a stand and stop them.
Headed to yellow.
Yeah, take yellow.
Swing it! You want the horns? You got it. Time to smash the machine. Leave it to me.
Now is not the time.
Very strong, guys.
Tearing the machine down.
I can tell.
You're dead.
no need to dive too hard. You can take the first half of the health bar and then go for Rejuvenator if you want. I told them not to go too deep. Yeah, let's get out, reset, take the health, and we can fight for Rejuve. I want to try and steal this from them again. It doesn't just mean that I'm getting it, it also means they're not getting it. But that's conceptually a very important thing to remember. Everything you take from their side of the map is something they don't get. It looks like there's a fight breaking out mid, and I'm pretty strong, so I want to be there.
Go back, Paradox.
Grab all this money. This is one of the most efficient parts of the map that you can farm.
Waiting to be claimed.
Okay,
Shiv.
Let's dance. They got metal speed. They took out Paradox.
To make a stand and stop them.
Lights out.
Last one.
Let's do mid the boss. We can do it so easy. It's basically a guaranteed win. Yeah, Rem can dupe statues and boxes, which is kind of insane. I don't know if the 7 refreshed. Yeah, it does look like he has a refresher now, but I don't know if he had it earlier. Did he just try to ult us? What a legend. I think we just go mid and we win. Like, as long as we all go together with the Rejuvenator, we can just kill them. Just go mid.
Of course the team ain't with me. Why would they be with me, those lazy bastards?
True, Billy.
Headed to green.
Let's just all go mid. All go mid. We can easily win this game.
Okay.
Greenwich.
I'll grab him.
Thought you guys were supposed to be hard.
Okay, they just lost the game.
Appreciate the help.
Apollo dances and our enemies. I didn't Thank you for shielding us, Paige.
Let's push York.
Death to the hidden king! The hidden king must die!
They're getting the horns now, baby.
Party time. You ain't
GG.
GG. So fun fact, Rem is able to dupe boxes and statues. Yeah, I saw that in a video, some Overwatch streamer.
I knew we could
Who
do
plays
it.
Deadlock now? Some VTuber-ish. My page was actually super good that game. Now that's like the concept. The game is like just a brawler, cool strategic shooter. Super fun. I didn't do the most player damage, but I definitely had like really high kill impact, really high farm impact, and a lot of healing. You'll look and see my souls by source. You can see most of my farm was troopers and enemies, whereas someone like the Shiv, I fully expect to have gotten a lot of farm from kills. So you can see here, 39% of the Shiv's farm was kills. 12% of my farm was kills. If the Shiv was as good as me at farming the map and getting kills, he would have carried even harder. Let's play another game. Random. The only hero I don't like is Doorman. So does anyone... Do people understand the basic concept of the game? Yeah, the art style is awesome. No? Okay, I'll explain it again. If I get Doorman and I'm Alt F4ing and I'm ending the stream. Ooh. Let's see. Warden. Never played Warden before. I just think Warden exists to, or Doorman exists to ruin the game for everybody. I like monster rounds first against a lane that we're not pushing well against.
Going to shop.
I forgot that the parry gets refreshed. I was like, oh, he used his parry, I can get him. But no, it gets refreshed. Derp. Are you joking me? I thought Graves would be there. Was she slow to jump? I don't know. I thought we could get him. I thought she'd be with me. It's okay. 2 deaths is okay. Any more than that, it starts getting painful. Unfortunately, my ally is very low range, so she can't punish enemies for meleeing creeps. I'm trying to just get really good trades on my opponents right now. Brother. Okay, I'm gonna shove this wave and then try to get a try to get bridge buff. God damn, this hero is slow. Get fucked with your light melee, bro. We should, under no circumstances, fight these guys. Okay, wave is clear. I'm gonna go do a neutral camp. We didn't quite get the kill on the English. We were gonna grind them down very slowly, but we played Civ for like 6 hours. Okay, Yamato. Ugh. Died due to the buff. I don't like this Warden hero so far. The hell does this even do? I'm gonna try and do some recovery farming to get back into the game. Try to steal one of their sinners, even if I just steal one. That's really frustrating. Okay, he got her. I thought I would get away with the heavy melee, but I wouldn't.
Some items might help.
Jesus. After charging for 2 seconds, release a pulse that deals damage to enemies before you heal you based on the damage done. Curse an enemy hero, gain barrier and bonus move speed. Active reload seems useful. I'm gonna go to the Rem lane. The parry gives the sinner. I've done it to people before. It's pretty much the best way to stop someone trying to steal it. It's how you know I'm starting to get into a higher skill bracket is when people start actually parrying stuff.
Defeat me if you can. Will endure. The spirit urn is waiting to be claimed. Thanks for your help.
It looks like Viper was just up here clearing this.
Strike them down.
There's no escaping me. Headed to Broadway.
I've got a 600 unsecured bag, so it's not the end of the
Purchase can shift the battle.
world to fight here.
We won't falter.
We're gonna go secure some of our sinners. Gonna keep an eye on Infernus. Infernus is our most fed hero, so he's the one I should spend the most time helping.
I'll burn all of you.
They've taken our yellow guardian. A green walker is under attack.
But at a certain point, he's too deep.
They're marked. I'll take on all of you.
Stay together.
Ugh. He like Infernus baited me in because he's so fast he could get out and I can't. It's so annoying. I need to be faster. This hero's way too slow. I got baited in by my Infernus and dropped an 800 bag. Ballistic enhancement on the 3? What's ballistic enhancement? Viper's pushing yellow, so I'm going to go push against her. She's a little bit more farm than me, so I do need to be careful, but it's a good opportunity for me to get catch-up farm.
Headed to yellow.
I see Yamato.
Our yellow walker is under attack. Decisions, friend.
What you sliding around, you nerd?
The blue walker is under attack. We delivered the earth. Be brave.
I missed it.
Headed to Broadway.
I can't exactly bully her, but I can duel her a little bit to buy time to go to the next double sinners. Gives weapon damage on imbued ability damage against players in AI. It's really good for cranking. Ballistic enhancement. Next time I die, I'll look it up.
Headed to yellow. Would anything at the shop?
Okay, I'm gonna go spend money. The good thing about getting lots of golden buffs is they can make your hero stronger without actually increasing your net worth, which is why I think golden buffs are kind of low-key overpowered.
These secrets have been handed down generation to generation.
The range on that is not very good. So what was it you wanted me to get? It's a ballistic enhancement on 3. Okay. We are now Gun Warden.
I was forged in fire.
Gonna help Graves out, maybe help defeat Hayes.
Thanks.
Hayes did not look for a fight.
Check in with my allies.
Now she is.
Greenwich is under attack. They tried and failed. They destroyed our Green Walker.
Not a bad bag.
I see Yamato.
Green Marine is low.
Okay, nothing in here. I'm gonna go spend, and then I'll join my team.
Broadway is under attack.
Good luck not getting shot. Headed to York.
No, I'm going to come for a fight. I just got a big power spike, so I'm actually useful. My farm is now comparable to my team. Wait, what is going on in here?
Time for glory.
I see Yamato.
Nice. Headed to blue.
Careful, Warden. Nice work.
Damn, that Viper is terrifying.
Oh, no one's getting in our way.
I feel like I did a lot that fight though. Like, I played around a power spike. I was pretty strong. I'm gonna go now play around this sinner loop here. Try to grab these 4 sinners. Thank you so much, Davidi. Appreciate you, man. Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can secure these sinners on our side. Because gun builds scale the best off sinners compared to any other build. Due to the nature of the sinners. Giving fire rate and weapon damage and max ammo in various quantities. Come on, go up. Looks like my team has that, so I'm just going to make sure I secure the sinners. Never mind, they didn't have it. Well, I secured our side of the map at least.
Graves is facilitating our victory. Broadway is under attack.
See, I wouldn't have fought there. I think it was pretty obvious I didn't want to fight there. Because I had just power spiked and we had just lost a team fight, so we should farm just a little bit. I'm going to sell monster rounds and buy... metal skin, the Viper and the Haze. I'll push out green since nobody's there. You always want to have your waves pushed at least past half. There's no objective to fight over right now.
Headed to York.
We played Civ for like 6 hours. We're taking a break, baby.
York is under attack.
Just scare her off so she goes and be less efficient with her time on the map.
Let him come for me.
I saw Celeste there. This is so bad.
I will strike them down.
In a few seconds, it'll all be over. Face me and...
My time to shine, baby!
I really don't think we should have fought there. Do you think it's a good idea to be able to see team total value? I actually do. I don't think we should have been fighting there at all. I didn't want to be there. Once my team got caught in that bubble, I just did not want to be part of this fight. Just under no circumstances.
York is under attack.
Like, my team's the bonuses that my team currently has incentivizes us to farm, not to fight. So we need to fight, or we need to farm our way back into the game, not fight our way back into the game. Because you get a percentage bonus to your farm speed based on how far ahead the enemy is. So I'm going to try to secure some sinners on the right side of the map.
Our yellow walker is under attack.
So 26% fire rate, really good. My team is fighting in mid. I'm going to come help. Looks like they got Yamato. Now we could take Blue Walker, I think, here. We're a little low on health. I think we should back up. Okay. I've made the call to back up. My team doesn't listen to me. That's not my fault. I think we should back up. I'm going to use this moment to farm underneath. The farm down here is some of the best farm on the map.
Someone kill that wretched woman.
I see Viper.
But I'm worried about them coming for me. I'm on the wrong side of this stupid boss thing.
Our yellow walker is under attack.
Defeat me if you can. When we work together, anything is possible.
They claim the earth. Stand against many.
We must lean on each other to win.
So I don't know if dying for that urn was worth it for her team.
Headed to blue.
Your spirit will be forged into a weapon. The spirit urn is waiting to be claimed.
I don't think we should be pushing with a 15k souls deficit, personally. Especially when I've got 10k to spend. So I'm gonna go give yellow a quick tap.
My fellows return.
Doodle-doodle-doodle-doo.
I fight through the pain.
Headed to yellow.
Vigilante and civil servant.
They work well. York is under attack. They've destroyed our yellow walker. They claim the urn.
Appreciate you keeping the streets clean.
Okay, I'm officially a glass cannon. Hey, thank you so much, Jessica. Really appreciate you. Jessica was the very first ever channel member, beating Morbus by a single, like maybe a few days, up to a month. I don't remember how long. Yeah, I don't agree with pushing mid when we have a 36k soul deficit. Like, I can kind of see pushing Calvin.
I see Kelvin.
Need help on yellow.
If I had slowing Hex, he would probably be dead there.
Headed to yellow.
They will return, and we must be ready. And one way or another. I fear no weapon.
Fuck. Such an annoying hero. Well, I was the 120,000 subscriber. Good job, Josh. Joe Schmo. We're down way too many souls to be fighting, I feel. I need like
Defend the stronghold.
probably slowing bullets. Oh, that's a big kill. Those are worth a lot for us right now, so any kill. Hayes is about to have her ultimate. Holy shit, that was a fat bag that we just picked up. I'm gonna see if I can get that urn to get our team back into the game. It's risky, but I think worth it if I can pull it off.
Your mind and spirit will be reforged.
Headed to York.
The spirit urn is waiting to be
Headed to Broadway.
It's a 7k soul swing, and it's a safe turn in. Ram did just die by the turn in, which is You know.
Excellent graves.
Guys, why do you keep fighting me? You know what's gonna happen.
This is where you fall.
Huge. Give me that bag.
We work well together. I will stand resolute.
Furnace doing his job.
Your fire will only burn brighter.
Two 2.5% fire rate might not seem like much, but it helps. I'm gonna go for Spell Slinger and maybe Juggernaut if I can afford it.
Keep fighting a good fight.
Not quite. I need a little bit more money. There was a big fight happening. I'm gonna go see if I can join that. I now do like a really appreciable damage. This is an odd looking Civ 6 mod. Ah, well, we were playing Civ earlier. I just forgot to change the title of the stream. Mid boss, mid boss, mid boss. Go, 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 go. They're doing it.
Never show fear, no matter the odds.
The rejuvenator is descending.
Big. We need to go defend our base and shove.
Same as anyone else.
I can do the base defense while you guys push. Push, 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 push. Have no fear. Push, 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 push.
Defend the stronghold.
I'm on my way to back up your push. Just shoot buildings. Don't worry about heroes. The heroes are a distraction.
When we work together, anything is possible.
So I'm just going to dip out for a quick heal. I don't want to waste one of my team's rejuvenators.
Ren's support is invaluable.
It's actually going to be really useful against Calvin.
You let me know.
But yeah, I told my team I was going home. I said, push, 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 push. I'll go clean the base. Okay, dude, I'm really tired of getting hit by this. I'm out. I'm way too low. Oh, back up, actually.
It's time to change the world.
That was fun.
They never had a chance.
Is she immune to bullets while she's spitting?
My resolve is unmatched. Just like riding a bike.
Jesus.
We had fun.
I feel like I had almost no game impact until like very late in that game. So we're gonna look at the damage graphs. And my damage is like melee creep level up until late into the game when I got like glass cannon and stuff. Look at that. You could see I doubled my damage in like a 7-minute window. Like I got no kills until the very end. Look how much neutral farming I did to try and stay on par with my team. I was like a rem. This guy got so fed. Okay. Let's have a look. Who of my friends are streaming? I think it's time for me to go to bed. Pachalington is streaming. Let's have a look. The stream is basically finished. I went for 8 hours today, which is, I think, enough. Oh, I'm all sweaty and tired. Who are we hosting? That's the real question. Who's playing Civ 6? Nobody that I recognize.